and is very keen to welcome more new communities. The opportunity for so many nationalities to work together, and regardless of ethnic conflicts elsewhere.
We have all the same spirit to reach our community where they cannot be reached any other way but the language that they speak.
Three Tribals have given us that chance where we can talk freely and say our concern and share our ideas.
To me, this is like a family, and we're getting always from better and better. We're reaching out the community, and I think we are more known now in the community than we were before. I don't think this will stop very soon. I don't believe it, because the need is there, and there is more young people too involved that they want to get involved in broadcasting.
This station will always continue to provide information service to those communities. And the other group for whom this is really important are the older generations. As people get older, they go back to the language of when they were growing up, and we find that a lot of people really turn to the station for the music they used to love, news and the language in particular. So, and that's a really important part.
Hi, I'm Jenny. I'm maternal and child health nurse for 35 years this year. I've been at Moreland 34. The part I love about maternal and child health is, I think, the clients. They include you on what I call a serendipitous journey of parenthood, and we see them at their most vulnerable, and yet they openly allow us into their lives, and for me that's a privilege.
I've been an employee of Moreland for 8 years now as a maternal and child health nurse. Maternal and child health nurses in Victoria are quite unique because we're the only state that requires being a registered nurse, a registered midwife, and then doing postgraduate qualifications in maternal and child health. And we're the only state that has a universal service that is provided or offered to everyone who has a baby in Victoria.
Maternal and child health is a very diverse area. We look at the health of mother, baby, the whole family, even the father's health. We'll refer where appropriate if the fathers need referral. So we do the whole family unit.
The ability that is there to have that continuity with your clients, get to know them and really sort of get involved in the community, a lot more so than what I had in my previous role in hospitals. So our role really is quite diverse, and it's a lot more than just weighing babies like some people think that we do.
My understanding of what the maternal child health nurse's role is, I didn't have a great understanding of it either until I had my first son. They support you through the first 4 years of your children's life, which is incredibly important, particularly when challenges arise, that they're the first people that I contact. You know, Amy was able to kind of guide me through things that I didn't even know I could do, and just reiterating that you're doing the right job, you know, so am I doing the right thing, and just having that rapport and that continuity of care from Amy with having her with both boys just, you know, made those challenges look like they were this big compared to life this big in my head.
Coming to Coburg and having been here so long, I'm now on to second generation families. I will see one grandmother brought in a baby and said, Jenny, you saw Robert when he was a baby, and Robert's 32 years old with his baby.
So it's pretty exciting that Moreland is celebrating 100 years of maternal and child health this year. I guess it just shows how important this service is to the community and what the community gets out of it, that it's lasted this long. For someone like myself who is relatively new to maternal and child health, you know, it seems quite impressive, but I bet to the nurses who have been here quite a lot longer, it really must be a great achievement for them.
At Council, we are determined to build an inclusive Moreland that supports people with disabilities, their families and their carers to fully participate in the community. One thing we're very excited to present is the newly renovated Oak Park Sports and Aquatic Centre.
Tony Blue. Okay. Do we have this in some kind of order?
And then at the time your phone rang and you said, oh shit.
At Council, we are determined to build an inclusive Moreland that supports people with disabilities, their families and their carers to fully participate in the community. One thing we're very excited to present is the newly renovated Oak Park Sports and Aquatic Centre. Opened in October 2018, The new centre has a wider range of accessible facilities and equipment than the city has seen in the past. The new centre has been carefully designed.
Good evening, councillors, members of the gallery, and to our viewers live streaming tonight's council meeting. My name is Councillor Lambros Tapinos, and I'm the Mayor of the City of Moreland and the chairperson for tonight's council meeting. It is my pleasure to welcome you to tonight's council meeting. This meeting is being held on the lands of the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people. We wish to acknowledge them as the traditional custodians of the lands and waterways, and would like to pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging, as well as to all First Nations people who have significantly contributed to the life of our city. Members of the gallery, please note tonight's council meeting is being recorded and live streamed live on council's Facebook and website. This recording will be available as video on demand. Gallery attendees are advised they will be recorded during this meeting. A reminder that as councillors, we will act in accordance with the Councillor Code of Conduct, which will set the principles of leadership and good governance that secures the public confidence in the office of councillor. Members of the gallery, in the event of an emergency or disruption, we may be required to take action to ensure the safety of attendees. Please follow the directions issued by council staff and security officers. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Tonight, I would like to introduce the councillors in attendance. We have our Deputy Mayor, Councillor Oscar Yildiz, Councillor Natalie Aboud, Councillor Sue Bolton, Councillor Anna Olivia Carly Hannon, Councillor Helen Davidson. Good evening. Councillor Jess Thorney. Evening. Councillor Ali O'Barnley. Evening. Councillor John Kavanagh. Good evening. Councillor Dale Martin. Hi. Councillor Mark Rowley. I'd also like to introduce our Chief Executive Officer, Kathy Henderson, and our senior management team, which are seated behind us. Councillors, the next item on the agenda is apologies. I note that we are all in attendance, so there are no apologies for tonight's meeting. We'll move on to item 3, which is disclosure of conflict of interest matters. Are there any councillors, would anyone like to state if they have any conflicts of interest to declare tonight? No? Okay, we'll move on to item 4, confirmation of minutes of previous meetings. Councillors, could I please have a motion for the confirmation of the minutes of the council meeting held on 11 December 2019 and also the special council meeting held on the 4th of February 2020. Thank you, Councillor Yildiz moved and Councillor O'Farnley seconded. Unless there's any discussion about the minutes, I'll put those to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare the minutes carried. Councillors, now that we have confirmed the minutes, we'll move on to petitions, which is item 6. We have a number of petitions which are listed in your agenda, including petition 1, North Nichols Traffic Group. Is there a mover that would like to move this petition? Thank you, Councillor Yildiz, and a seconder. Councillor Riley, I declare that carried. Petition 2 is regarding maintenance and landscaping of Douglas Reserve, Brunswick East.
Petition?
Do you want to speak to that petition?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I probably should have given you the opportunity. I'll suspend standing orders to give you a couple of minutes to introduce the petition if you wish. Thank you. Please come forward.
Glasses. Thank you, Mayor Tapinos, for the opportunity to speak to the petition. Is that working? Yep. Correctly? Good.
It's working. Yes.
I'm speaking on behalf of residents from the North Nichols Traffic Group. Our petition requests reconsideration of key aspects of City of Yarra Council's Resolution 11.3, Local Area Placemaking Study, Scotchmere, North Fitzroy Precinct 3, passed at the council meeting Tuesday the 5th of March 2019. In particular, the petition states our opposition to the use of right-hand turn bans and or median islands on Holden Street, at Brunswick Street North and Dean Street. and on Miller Street at the intersection of Miller Street and White Street to reduce through traffic. The petition contains 547 signatures collected from residents living in the area north of and including Holden Street affected by the traffic measures. Signatures were collected through a coordinated door-knocking program by members of the North Nichols Working Group across the months of July and August 2019, with approximately 700 households canvassed in the area bounded by Holden Street, Nicholson Street, St George's Road and Glen Line Road. Of the 547 signatures, 146 were Moreland residents living in May Street, King Street, Willowbank Road, Alistair Street, Pleasant Street, Dudley Street, White Street and Taylor Street. The North Nichols Traffic Group considers this response to be an overwhelming statement of the significant concerns that the community has in relation to the proposed traffic measures. In addition to the collection of signatures in support of the petition, the North Nichols Working Group used the opportunity to speak in depth with their neighbours about the impact the proposed measures will have on their amenity. Moreland Council should be aware of the rising levels of dissatisfaction with City of Yarra's decisions relating to these works, with residents raising a range of concerns, including Moreland residents felt that they hadn't been consulted or had input into the decision-making process.
I do need to wind it up.
I'll read faster.
But look, can I just say we have received the petition and we will get a response. Really, the introduction of the petition is really a rough outline, which you've adequately done today, and allowing us, giving us the number of petitioners. So I think it's been well introduced. Thanks very much for your time. Now resume in standing order to go to petition 2, which is regarding the maintenance and landscaping of Douglas. We voted before we allowed her to speak.
Right, okay, yep, sorry.
Yeah, so we had already received it. Is there someone in the gallery that wants to present that petition? No, okay, well, councillors, the petition has been received by governance, so can I have a mover for that petition? Thanks, Councillor Dorney. Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh as a seconder. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour of receiving that petition? All those opposed? I declare that carried. Petition 3 is a request for the removal of 2 plane trees along Silver Grove, Coburg North. Is there someone in the gallery for that one? No? Okay, then I'll ask for a mover, Councillor Gilders, and a seconder, Councillor O'Farnley. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All opposed? I declare that carried. Petition 4, Ashmore Street, Brunswick, residents parking permits. Is there someone in the gallery? Yes. Would you like to speak very briefly, just an introduction and how many
It'll knock out my question anyway because it relates to that, so I'll do both at once. To pee or not to pee, that is the question. That's not the question. Just trying to break some of the tension. Can you feel it? Can you taste it? I participated in the forum in October 2018, in which many of the car parking issues were brought to the forefront. None of these issues were addressed in the final minutes, and now almost 12 months later, bit by bit, partial solutions are being offered. I petitioned nearly every single resident on my street, and they all want our 3 townhouses to have equality and access to pre-2011 permits. The 2011 ruling was put in place to protect existing residents from developers. You are now proposing Permit A, which will grant parking permits to not only myself, but to all the mega apartment complexes. Apartments have their own self-contained ecosystems. That is their connection to one another. They are able to do deals with one another regarding their internal parking spaces. With small subdivisions of 2 or 3, our connection is to the street. It's the relationship with our neighbours, with our community. To fix this, we need access to at least 1 proper residential permit. Compared to a full-sized house, a subdivision for 2 does not add any more permits to the street than an existing 1 house. For a subdivision of 3, it only adds 1 permit to the street. A street that's currently unrestricted can afford this capacity. It is already doing so anyway. And my petition supports this. We're then guaranteed a spot on our street, as the nearby apartments will compete with us for these pay-stay bays, which can be taken away at any moment. My question is, will you consider those of us in small subdivisions to have access to 1 regular parking permit at least?
Okay, thank you. And how many petitioners were there on the petition?
63.
63. Okay, thank you. Councillors, would someone like to move at that big sector? Councillor Yildiz and a seconder, Councillor Riley. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All opposed, I declare that carried. Now we're still in petitions. Councillors, does anyone have any other petitions that they would like to table tonight? No? Members of the gallery, are there any other petitions to be tabled tonight? Yes, please come forward. Please come inside to the lectern. Sir, come forward. Let's see, you're closer, you can get the priority.
Thank you for taking my questions, and just wanted to present to Council a petition here. I've got 250 signatures and it's growing day by day, and it's a petition to Moreland Council to reconsider their 2-hour parking restrictions that are going throughout the City of Moreland. And look, I'll talk more about it with some questions a bit later on, but I just wanted to present that anyway. So
thank you. Okay, so we have a mover to receive that petition, so please bring it to the front. Councillor Farnley, and the seconder, Councillor Yildiz. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, all opposed, I declare that carried. Okay, thank you. Yes, the next petitioner.
Thank you so much. My name is Rita Kaur, and I'm here to I've collected petitions about Julian Assange, to bring Julian Assange home. And because Moreland Council supported David Hicks' incarceration in Guantanamo Bay and Mamadou Habib, and I was in the hall here when Terry Hicks spoke about bringing his son home. So I feel I'm very proud that Moreland Council has this conscience to support our Australian citizens and bring them home when they are in trouble overseas. So I went around and collected petitions. To date, I have about over 100 petitions, but it's ongoing. And I and my supporters, a very small group at this stage, will continue collecting petitions until Julian Assange is brought home. And we would like Moreland Council, the petition is to ask Moreland Council to pressure the federal government that is doing nothing for this Australian citizen to bring him home. And whether Moreland Council will do it as strongly as you did it for David Hicks and Mamadou Habib.
Okay, thank you. So do you have the petition for us today?
I do.
Thank you. If you just bring it forward. Councillors, can I have a mover to accept the petition? Councillor Bolton, and a seconder, Councillor Martin. All those in favour? All opposed? I declare that carried. Okay, unless there's any other petitions in the gallery, we can move on to public question time. Public question time, this is an opportunity for 30 minutes for people to raise questions with Council. I would like to outline the process. A maximum of 2 questions is allowed per person, and questions that relate to a matter listed on the agenda tonight will be dealt with first. When I invite you or your representative, you must ask the question without taking longer than 2 minutes. I will ring the bell at 1 minute and 45 seconds, which means that you have 15 seconds to complete your question. If you've submitted a second question, it may, at my discretion, be allowed at that point. But it may also be deferred until all other people who have submitted questions have asked their first question, or if time permits. A maximum of 3 questions will be heard on any one subject, and we'll proceed to the next topic. And if time allows, return to the previous topic. Either myself or another councillor will answer your question, or will ask the Chief Executive Officer to provide a response or refer it to another council officer. As detailed in the meeting procedure local law, as chairperson I reserve the right to disallow certain questions if they are defamatory, indecent, abusive, offensive, irrelevant, trivial or objectionable in language or substance. If a response to your question is provided at tonight's meeting, there will be no further formal response. However, Council will action any commitments made in answering the question. Please note that question time can only be extended for one 30-minute period, and only for the purpose of responding to questions that are listed on tonight's agenda. And I do know it is quite a substantial agenda tonight, and it's great to see so many Moreland residents in the gallery, and many of you have requested to ask a question. I have 27 questions on the Moreland parking restrictions. We can only accept 3, but I'm going to allow more than 3 tonight, because I think it's important that residents are heard. However, to enable that to take place, I would just ask people to ask their question very quickly, and you won't get an answer but we will endeavour to answer it, to answer all the questions on parking at the end. I think that would enable us the best opportunity to hear as many questions as possible. Okay. So the first question is Robert Marshall. Oh, sorry, Robert, I can't pronounce his surname. Marshall Vetre. Marshall Vetre. My apologies. Robert, please come forward.
Thank you. It's a very simple question. Actually, it's two parts, but it basically is, I know you're trying to introduce this 2-hour parking limit, and we've been told it's between 8 a.m. and 11 p.m. My question is very simple. Why not, and I've changed tactics following the emails I've sent to various councillors, why not introduce a residents-only parking permit in lieu of the 2 hours? And why not cover the administration costs of those permits via penalties that you impose on people who overstay the time periods?
Thank you. Good question. All right. The next person is Sue Neal.
I've got two questions, so you let me know if I'm allowed to ask my second one. My first question relates to the reference material that's informed the MITs, the development of the MITs, and the fact that much of it is London-based or other capital city-based, or in other capital city settings around the world or Australia, and that these large cities present very different planning scenarios than Moreland. And for instance, Moreland's only got just over 3%, is just 3% of the size of London. It has 2% of its population and 20% of London's housing density. So they're entirely different places. So my question is, why is the integrated transport strategy not based on local research, including an evaluation of large existing property developments where no or low car parking requirements have been allowed, and the impact of this evaluated on surrounding residential areas and rates of local car use and ownership, and how those have changed over time?
Okay, thank you. And your second question, Sue?
The MITS implementation plan does not include an estimate of how much revenue will be raised from the introduction of the parking permits and the fines, and it doesn't indicate how the income will be used, apart from broad descriptions of more bike lanes, pedestrian space, or trees and gardens. So my question is, how can an implementation plan be adopted by council that does not provide incoming or an outgoing budget, a list of key projects for implementation, a timeline for these, and especially given the high personal and financial costs of the parking restrictions on local residents?
Thanks. Okay, thank you, Sue, for your questions. Next question, Kathleen Fallon.
Hi. I won't ask my first question because it's been covered. Okay, I'll just do the second. You say that one of the main aims of the MITS relates to environmental concerns, and that it will encourage use of public transport, and that the revenue accrued will be used to create more bicycle pathways, green walkways, and so forth. However, there continues to be sexual assaults on women on these bicycle pathways, green walkways, and public transport. Late last year, there was a horrific rape on on the Merri Creek Trail, and recently, this year, 2 women were stalked when they alighted from the Lygon Street tram, with one being seriously sexually assaulted. These rapes and assaults just keep happening. My question is, has the council considered gender issues and women's safety in its plan? Rather than having uniformed officers patrolling our streets as parking inspectors, how about having them patrol green walkways and bicycle paths such as Merri Creek and trams and trains, so that women feel safe to actually use these bicycle pathways, green spaces and public transport?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Okay, next question, Adrian Bosch.
I won't go through that petition thing again. But the question was, will you consider those of us in small subdivisions to have access to one regular parking permit each at least? And second question is, please make a decision on permit A with an evidence basis. Will you at least commission a report to find out the feasibility of granting small subdivisions access to regular permits? With this data, you may find out that you will give out less permits than you're about to give out with a blanket permit A. Will you please support Councillor Anna-Olivia Carly Hannan's motion?
Okay, thank you. All right. My apologies again for pronunciation, but Musiha Julajija, I should get that right in the second meeting. So if you can please ask your two questions, that would be great. Well, I'm just trying to save time.
Okay, I'll be quick. So the first one is, can you please outline what feasibility studies and impact assessments were undertaken? So it's a replica of December's. If they have been completed, what are the dates and the date ranges they were conducted? Were they differentiated across the Moreland City Council boundaries, as there's a vast delta of socio-economic infrastructure, transport and resident implications throughout the various suburbs? Lastly, the questions taken on notice in December 2019 meeting, the requested copies of those studies and reports have not yet been answered. According to the governance report in tonight's agenda, can you please advise when this was made available and when contact was made and what communications were? And if that was relating to my questions from December. So I haven't had a response. I had a call from someone last Thursday and they actually called my mother. They didn't call me. So I'd like that minuted and noted.
Thank you.
And also what definitive timeframes and the content expected to response from December's questions.
Okay. All right. Well, yes, I'll ensure tomorrow that we do follow that up and do get an answer to you as soon as possible. Okay, thank you.
All right, second question was around, can you please explain the council's rationale and thought processes and planning as to the transport teams rolling out of parking restrictions and then doing an order the bike parking facilities at the train stations that is going to occur the second half of this year? So surely we should understand what the current landscape is and what plans we need and mechanisms to enhance residents' ease of using those forms of public transports, or is it just a prima facie case that it's an admission that the parking restrictions are revenue raising and how it's fair to ratepayers and particularly residents impacted by these restrictions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next question from Yasser Yusri. Yasser, come up.
Sorry if my questions have already been asked. I just got here from work.
Okay, great.
So, we'll just go through them. I currently live in a townhouse built post-2011 on a street with no restrictions or parking shortages. Like 37% of Moreland, we are a two-car household because our jobs and responsibilities require us to have two cars. On Friday, you released an agenda with a whole load of new parking changes. They're all very confusing to follow, and I'm still not quite sure if my street in particular will get pay-stay stations and how many, and if they can just be taken away at any time. There were a lot of late objections to C183, largely because people didn't know about it until we found out through Facebook. So my question is, why is council rushing through this rather than sitting down and thinking through this policy and its the effects that it has on its residents? My second question is regarding how previously the majority of the community was against parking provisions in new developments and parking restrictions at every stage of engagement, with 51% of respondents not wanting an expansion of parking permits and 54% of respondents not wanting changes to parking requirements for new development. So many feeling that you seem to be actively going out of your way to push an agenda on your community as continually objected to. How is that representing us as a community as a whole?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your questions. Next question, Eddie Carbonell.
My apologies, I'm a bit croaky.
That's okay.
Yes. The proposed 2P restrictions were not debated by councillors. The offices have been granted an ever-escalating series of delegations. We didn't elect them. why have these important decisions been delegated to non-elected officials? Very simple question.
Thank you. Good question. Lieutenants? Lou?
I'd just like to start just by asking one or two little questions here in relation to the limited 2-hour car parking. Firstly, I'd like to know where will they appear across the city of Moreland? Because if we're talking down near railway stations, you're talking about people using public transport, you're going to put a lot of people out that way if you've just got limited parking down there. And secondly, if people have got 3 or 4 cars in their family and not just 1 or 2, and their kids can't park in the driveway, so their kids park out the front, is there an expectation that ratepayers who pay fairly big money to council will have to pay also for a parking permit? Thank you.
Thank you, William. Jason McManus? Jason? Okay, is there Jason McManus present? Okay, come back to it.
I think he's coming now.
Thanks, Jason.
Thanks. Given the proposed changes to the implementation of MITS parking that seems to be in the agenda today, why will the council not pause implementation and engage in real meaningful consultation with all stakeholders now that the proposals are actually out in the open and transparent? Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah McDonald? Deborah? Thank you.
My question was just about the car parking restrictions at Pascoe Station.
Yes.
Is it too late for those to be reconsidered and revised? The 2-hour restrictions prevents me from using public transport.
Thank you. Helen Kratzman? Helen? Ask both questions.
Good evening.
Well.
Thanks. Yep, 2 questions. Just before I do, I just want to say that the threshold treatment is going on the corner of Moore Street and Nicholson Street from the pedestrian safety motion that Sue raised and you all passed in 2016 is brilliant. Thanks. My question tonight, I've got a few. One is, what does success look like? I stood here in last year and I asked the same question, and given what's in the agenda tonight, I really want to know what you think success looks like, because you've spoken about the council plan, you've spoken about modal shift, that's the intention. 43,000 people are expected to call Moreland home in the next 15 years, and I want to know, where are they going to go? Because our city is currently prioritising traffic over human life. Accessible streets means equal space for all road users. More people walking and riding means more passive surveillance due to more people in our street. And I want to say that I am so proud that some Moreland councillors have shown the political will to introduce these changes, because the problem of traffic is a killer, and councillors have a duty of care to make our streets safe for all road users. If councillors put this much energy into campaigning for better public transport, like 10-minute trains on the Upfield line or additional tram services heading north-south, or buses that go east-west, or more buses in the northern part of our city, how different would our streets look? How many lives could be saved because there'd be less cars on the road? But no, some of you actively campaign to protect motorists at the cost of lives of people who walk or ride in Moreland. These policies are the first step in this modal shift. And again, I ask, what does success look like? My second question is about, I wanted to clarify that council approved the 2P parking in March 2019. A gentleman tonight said that he read about something on a Facebook post where Amendment C183 was passed in December 2019, but it wasn't. It was passed in March, and it was actually voted for in support by everyone here, with the exception of Councillor Lambros Tapanos, our current mayor, and he abstained from that vote. So every single councillor here voted in support of that. So to read something that's said on Facebook by a councillor here that in December 2019, council voted for all of these. Yes, there is. I clarified this on a public post, and I received a message from a councillor that accused me of spreading lies, that accused me of being a coward and hiding behind a keyboard, and I am here to say that I am not a coward, and if councillors here do not know what they have not voted for, then they need to read the reports and learn what it is. Because I pride myself on my integrity and my civic mindedness.
Come on, all right.
My question is,
One second, stop. The questioner has to be heard in silence, so please be silent. Helen, please conclude your question.
Are councillors bound by the social media policy of Moreland staff, and can the councillor communication protocols, as mentioned in the Councillor Code of Conduct, be made available on the council website? Okay. And if so, when?
Okay, thank you, Helen, for your questions. I know councillors do want to respond, but in the interest of time, I won't allow it, but they can respond personally. Paul Failer, next question.
Sorry, could you reiterate the policy of no opinions and so forth?
Yeah, please. I mean, I'm being very lenient because I want to give everyone an opportunity tonight. But yeah, I would really ask people to ask their question and then quickly go to and from the lectern, because we have a very large agenda tonight, which doesn't just include car parking, and we have a limit of 11:15 that we need to conclude by. So, Paul Failer, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, councillors.
Before you go on, excuse me, Paul, sorry. I think it's also quite important to note that most of the people in the chamber are asking questions, and we've heard questions that are against this particular piece of work, and one person has stood up with a different opinion and been yelled down by most of the people here, and we need to be quite aware of her emotional and physical safety as well as the balance we're giving to everything.
Thank you,
because
Councillor.
hear that noise, that's very intimidating.
Yeah, thank you, thank you, Councillor, and I do reiterate those comments that please be respectful to your fellow citizens. Moreland is a great democracy, and we allow this opportunity of questions. We do need to respect everyone's rights to ask a question and acknowledge that there are diverse views, not only amongst the councillor group here, but also in our community. And our democracy works best when we do allow people to engage in political debate without being heckled and without and we're respecting diverse opinions. Paul, thank you.
Thank you.
That's true. Yes, please. Yes, thank you.
Can I go ahead now or not?
Please do.
Thank you. It's unbelievable.
I don't have
the question that I have is, I'm involved in a lot of community clubs, and these clubs hold functions which go for more than 3-4 hours, and most councillors have been invited in some of those functions. Councillor Kavanagh is one of those. When you say 8 a.m. to 11 p.m, majority of these people are elderly people. Now, these social clubs, including RSL clubs and so forth, when these people drive in there, what are they supposed to do? Move their cars between 6 p.m. and 11 p.m. every 2 hours? They only allow 5 parking permits for a commercial enterprise. Have you taken that in consideration, the inefficiency that it's going to cause to these clubs, number one? Number two, I live in Moreland and I've been here 55 years. I've been activated in many different areas of politics here. And at the end of the day, I've always been very proud to say I live in Moreland and actually moved in 96 a motion to call it Moreland. But now I'm very dissatisfied. I'm very saddened to see a city that is getting divided by community, where some people have actually called it ethnic cleansing. And to me, that hurts me. Private hospitals. I live near a hospital. It's a private hospital. It charges an arm and a leg if you want to visit there. Is that called an activity centre? I would like an answer to that. Because people in our street from the hospital, including the 116 car spaces they've recently built, are still parking in our street and causing inconvenience. And the other thing is, when I read part of that policy, I'm a little bit confused and I find it ambiguous. Is it actually 200 metres or is it more than 200 metres? Because to me, I see it as more than 200 metres. In fact, I see it more between 800 to 900 metres. And this will have a major, major impact. Let's not forget, councillors, we are still a very, very diverse community. We still have enormous amount of nationalities that live here, not young generations. I'm a real estate agent, semi-retired. And it's not just about getting people of a young age into Moreland. We still have a lot of families here that have earned and they've basically sweat and spent blood, sweat and tears. Reconsider, please.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you. Vicky Nash. Next question, Vicky Nash. Vicky?
Yep, here.
Thank you.
Mayor, could I just suggest maybe we call two names, like the person here and the next one, and then they might be ready.
Next question, Jan Humphries. Jan, if you can get ready and come forward.
Thanks.
Thanks, Vicky. Thank you, Councillor Riley, for a very useful suggestion.
Hi. I'm currently the school council president of Moreland Primary School. At our school, we have no parking at all on the grounds of the school. We have 32 staff. We have CRTs that come in every day. We have parents like myself who come and do a lot of volunteer work at school. We have parents who come and read to the kids at school. We have parents who do lots of other stuff at the school and volunteer for more than 2 hours at a time. I would be spending more than sometimes 5 hours at the school at a time. Where are our staff going to park? They can't leave the school grounds every 2 hours to park their cars and move them. My question is, what are you going to do for schools like ours to help us? Because at the moment, we've got a duty of care for our kids. In fact, all the kids in Moreland who don't have car parks at their schools. They can't leave the school. They can't move their cars. Thank you.
Thank you. Jane, come forward, and Maria Altobelli Capriani will be the next question.
Hi, thanks. Just wanted to ask a question about the possibility of reopening the consultation in regards to the MITS and particularly the parking. As you can see, it's a pretty emotive topic, and I think we definitely as a community need the opportunity to be consulted more broadly and in perhaps a more structured way, an engaging and collaborative way, so that we can work toward what we all agree is the case, which is we want absolutely less car use, but I'm not sure that the current approach is going to do that, and it's certainly going to continue to be divisive unless it's opened up to a consultation. Potentially the way we handle the blue status issues might be a guideline many years ago, but my question is to please reopen the consultation for all of us so we don't have what just happened to that poor lady then.
Yes, thank you. Come forward, Maria, and the next question is for Marion Atwater. The following question after Maria.
Thank you. My two questions actually have been already asked, but I'll sort of say it again. Basically, I'm opposed to the 2-hour permit full stop, but why does it have to be till 11 o'clock at night, which is really silly? Like people who work, who need to go to bed early, it doesn't sort of coincide with people of our community. And also women's safety is another thing. If we have to walk home at night rather than taking our cars, how does that respond to women's safety as well?
Thank you.
Thank you.
After Marion, we have Peter Conti. Thanks, Marion.
Thank you. My first question is, the reports in tonight's agenda relating to parking restrictions and the notices of motions all have a declaration that the officers who wrote the reports have no interest or conflict of interest in writing the reports. Yet Nightingale Housing, who are the biggest force in Moreland behind the push for parking restrictions and maximum parking rates, have actually breached their permit to provide 3 car spaces in their Nightingale 1 apartment building. Council officers are aware of this. They are considering an amendment to the permit, but if Amendment C183 should get through, Nightingale Housing will avoid any enforcement proceedings against them, which I expect would be very costly towards them and would be very damaging to their reputation. Isn't this relevant to the matter of parking restrictions And shouldn't this be declared in the reports?
Thank you.
My second question, yeah. So in relation to the parking restrictions, shouldn't each...
Can I ask someone to answer that, because
Yeah.
a specific company's been mentioned, I think.
Yeah, there might be defamation.
Yeah, I think it's...
Okay, I will take that request. So yeah, if, we'll get an answer specifically for the planning one.
Okay.
Our Director of City Futures, Kirsten Costa.
Hello. In relation to Nightingale, that is an independent company. It's not an officer that is involved with that. So the declarations are specifically whether officers have conflicts of interest. It's not suggesting anything about any other matters outside of that. There's no conflict arising.
Sorry, I had actually missed a point because I was handwriting this. But you were interviewed to... sorry.
Just through the chair,
to you.
your questions,
Sorry.
yes, please.
Yeah, and I meant to say that there was an interview with your Director of City Futures that was published on the internet on the 17th of December, so after Amendment C183 was approved for the next stage, where she was interviewed about maximum parking rates, and she referred to Nightingale Housing and how the future of Moreland Council and Nightingale Housing are together. I mean, she's declared her commitment to Nightingale Housing's vision for Moreland. Isn't that a conflict that should be declared in the report?
Thank you. I know of the conflict provisions relating to councillors, and we've heard that they're not relating to people externally from council, but I'll allow the CEO to make a comment from the staff perspective.
Through you, Mr Mayor, can I just advise that officers in the course of their work for council, of course, have to carry out council decisions and have to make decisions as well. But because they're carrying out council decisions, that doesn't mean they then have a conflict of interest for every future decision that broadly relates to a topic. It's their job to keep on making decisions and to keep on implementing council resolutions. Thanks.
Thank you, Catherine. Okay. Did you have a second question?
Just quickly, it was just in relation to these parking restrictions. Shouldn't each and every councillor declare publicly on the record and let the community know? Are they themselves going to benefit from these parking restrictions? Is their house property going to go up, down? Are they going to be affected? Shouldn't councillors just, tell the community about this?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, just before we move on, our first 30-minute lot has expired, so I will need to ask for an extension of time. I see Councillor Bird's got her hand up, so moved. Councillor Bolton seconded. I'll put that to the vote. That's carried. Is Peter Conti? Yeah. Please come forward, and then after Peter, we'll have Natasha Brofenridge. Sorry for the pronunciation. The writing is ineligible sometimes, but Natasha's on her way as well. Fantastic. Peter.
Okay, mine is to do with car parking in the street, and we've noticed in there that a number of additional cars, due to the fact that there's many units with double entrances and things as such, we're getting now extra people parking in our street, and those who live in there and have been living there for 40, 35 or more, there is no car park for them. What is the situation with that? What will you do about it in the future?
Thank you.
That's one. The second one is to do really with speed humps. On many occasions, and I haven't done that for quite a few years now, we complained to councillors here regarding speed humps in the street. Why am I saying that? Because most of the streets have speed humps, and ours is the only street with nothing, and we're getting cars turning into that and speed the hell out of the bloody street, which means we are in trouble. We've got grandchildren, many people with kids around the street, and I want to know why that street, which is, and I'll tell you which one, Wellington Street off Bell Street in Coburg, just past the railway, that we got all the traffic in there, people flying, and in the other streets, every Tom, Dick and Harry has one.
Thank you. I will take the street question on notice, and I will get officers to liaise with you, and it may need it may need to be that we do a traffic management survey in your street to address that issue. But thanks very much for your questions tonight.
Mr. Mayor, could we just clarify whether Mr. Conti is advocating for speed humps in his street or no speed humps in other streets?
No, speed humps not in my street, but in every other street they have it.
No, but are you saying
No,
that
I won't allow conversation. We'll take it offline and we'll have a meeting with Peter Conti to resolve the speed hump issue. Thanks, Peter. And we'll make a note of that and we'll organise a meeting. Thank you. Natasha's next. And the following question after Natasha will be Sam Mancuso. Thank you, Natasha.
So two things. Firstly is I obviously object to the 2-hour parking. I work nights, and my husband works day and night, so it presents a lot of issues. So I just want to make that known. And secondly, I live in the same street Peter does, and it's there has been 3 traffic managements in that street. I've been there 45 years, and it's still nothing. I've had fingers broken from 2 cars coming down the street. As I've opened the door, I've gotten scared and I've locked my own hand into the door jamb. It's quite a problem, and I've met so many emails, and it's deafened. It's just fallen on deafened ears. So that is something that really needs to be looked at.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Sam. And after Sam, we'll have Gabby Ruggieri.
We live in a 4-bedroom home and we've got 5 adults and 3 of our kids are doing trades, so they all drive. So with 1 parking permit, what does council expect us to do with our cars? Do we need to sell them or move? Simple as that.
Thank you. Thanks for your question. Yeah. All right. Is Gabby on her way? After Gabby, we have Con Moraitopoulos. Con, come forward if Gabby's not here.
Hello, how are you? My name's Con. I just live here in Stockade Avenue. Been here for about 14 years. I get council's policy in relation to, encouraging people to use alternative modes of transport, and I've been smashed over there with the approvals for reduced car parking spaces. It's chaos, it's musical chairs, move your car, another one parks, whatever. I've gone to the extent, I'll probably just jump into it. I want to say, Councillor Bood.
Sorry, Con, you need to address through the Mayor.
Yeah, sorry. That's all right. I just wanted to say it was good that she jumped in and made it fair for everyone. Everyone's got different opinions. I'm on the opposite side. I mean, I've got 6 V8s at 6 litres, 36 litres of V8s, and people want bikes, so we want to hear all sorts of the argument. But just quickly, I get it all. I get it, what everyone wants to do. And like I said, it's chaos over there. I've taken my own measures to do what I need to do, widen my driveway, build a carport, do all that to get my cars off the street. But I just feel people are getting penalised, are going to get penalised for these decisions. If you want to put 2-hour parking, to me, I'm not fussed either way. I just think someone doesn't need to pay 40 or 50 bucks for this car parking spot. They already pay their rego, or discount their rates if they're not using a parking. It's always about penalising people, And the other quick thing is, you guys need to lead from example. I just laugh every time I turn turn right on Pentridge Boulevard here. This council's a sea of cars. It's a sea of cars. Because I don't know, I haven't seen many bikes. I should do a tour and see how many bikes are there, but it's a sea of cars, right? So, that's all I was saying.
Reno Vecchio, and after Reno we'll have Samantha Merlo.
The question's not related to MITS on this.
There's one more question after this about MITS, and we'll move on to the other questions.
Hi. 20 years ago, I bought a property in Moreland. 3 years ago, I redeveloped it, single dwelling. And now, if the parking restrictions come into effect, I cannot get a permit because of the 2011 law. And it's a single dwelling. I've paid rates for the last 20 years. And now, because I put a new dwelling on there, I cannot get a permit. Is that fair?
Mr. Mayor, that's not correct.
We'll just take questions, but we can correct it in our discussion.
Subdivision, yes, but permanent, a new dwelling, one single dwelling.
All right, we're not going to have a discussion. We're just taking a question.
You are entitled to parking.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your question. We know
There's another
there are three more, and then we conclude MITS. I've just noticed. So Samantha and Susan Mark will be after that, and then we have Nick Dolby, and that concludes the MITS questions.
Okay, what I'd like to, I noted back in what councillors originally all agreed to in that policy or recommendation, it stated that there needed to be improved transport infrastructure to access the station. Now I'm noting this has been, 2-hour parking has been implemented without additional transport to access the station. I'm more concerned with Pascoe Vale, but it's a big hill. We can't all walk or ride. We can't all access the station easily. And I really feel that whether there's a shuttle bus or some further transport, I don't think it's helping the environment because many of us are now driving to the city. So it's not taking our cars off the road. It's forcing us to drive to the city, whereas before we used to just do a 2-minute run to the station and catch the train. So I think it's having the opposite environmental effect than what you're hoping for.
Thanks, Samantha. Susan?
I'd love to know what the 2-hour parking is for. Where's that supposed to get us? I have hospital appointments every week and I get the tram into the hospital, but I've got to park. How am I supposed to get back in time in 2 hours?
Okay.
Not happening.
All right. I believe Nick Dolby's question is not on the MIT strategy, Nick?
Yes.
Okay, but just before you begin, just providing a brief answer because there were a number of detailed elements to the parking strategy. Of course, you would have noticed that it is on our agenda tonight to discuss, and a lot of the questions that were asked will be, I guess, addressed in the debate. So I'll have to limit the answer to just say that it is on our agenda tonight. Please stay for the debate. And if you do have any subsequent questions afterwards, please feel free to email council and we'll provide responses in more detail over email. Nick Dolby.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. I actually had 4 questions. I can't mention 2 of them, so I won't mention did you get my email on 45 Albert Street. I won't mention that isn't resident... I thought that more residents voted with attendance voting than with postal voting. Anyway, well, my 2 questions are going to be one about bicycle hoops. Bicycle hoops, and there's a report in the agenda tonight. You're thinking of rolling them out to railway stations. That's great. I'll mention, though, that there's alternatives to bicycle hoop parking. You can have round circle things mounted on your poles and so on. Have we considered this? Have we considered other community sites such as childcare centres and so on? My second question relates to the 14-year-old community music festival, Brunswick Beethoven Festival. We've had a successful series of 6 concerts in the last week. Next week, starting on Monday, there will be another 6 concerts at Brunswick Uniting Church, 214 Sydney Road, Brunswick. I was just wondering, are any of the councillors going to go along?
Elena Cobiello? Elena, are you able to come forward or would you like to ask your question from there? And after Elena, we'll have Peter Atkins.
Voice is pretty loud.
Please, Elena.
Councillors, I'm here to make you aware. I've been in this municipality for 50 years and I've never seen the footpaths in so much damage. Now, I have a home in Surrey Street, which I complained about my piece that was, and Oscar Harris got it upon himself to get it fixed, which I'm very grateful. I have complained a couple of times because I'm also a resident of Glenlyn Aged Care Facility, and I think it's called McLaren Park there. The street was obstructing the footpath. It's been fixed with tar. it's a nice big piece that they fixed, which I'm grateful. It does help our carers take our residents out for a bit of fresh air or whatever. Now, I've also taken notice of others that I take my dog for a walk, and the Northern Coburg Primary School, there's a lot of them really bad concrete there as well. And there's also a senior centre which I go to, the one in at the end of Camden Street. The right-hand side coming from Gaffney Street is also fairly broken. In my opinion, maybe 75% of the footpaths need repairing. But I have had some repaired, and I'm thank you for it. But I need you to have an overall look. I've also provided a letter from the aged care facility, because my chair is actually being damaged from, it's like riding a roller coaster. You know, some of the spaces are anything up to 5 centimetres. So you can't look around and enjoy what's around you because you've got to concentrate on the footpath.
Yeah.
And I feel as if if I'm not wearing a seatbelt, I'm scared that I'm going to come off the chair. So please help us and do something about it.
Yeah, thank you. And certainly, please let us know if there is a particular footpath that is more than, what the requirement is, because we can get that fixed immediately. But I should also let you know that councillors in the next few months will begin our budget discussions.
Okay.
And during those discussions, we talk about how much money we should be investing in footpath repairs.
Mhm.
And we would love to receive a submission from you advocating for more money for our footpaths.
Okay. I can always do that and approach the Northern Primary School mothers
Thank
and
you.
see that they'll,
Yes.
because look, the children, I'm sure they'll fall.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I'm just going to go to the next question because there's many, many more to come.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Helen Deans will be the next question after Peter.
Lord Mayor and councillors, thank you for taking my question. It relates to Moreland Council's open space strategy and the Open Space Contribution Fund that was set up by Council to provide green open space for Moreland residents through a levy imposed on developers. The dual precinct in the southern end of Brunswick is one of 3 major activity centres within Moreland and is currently undergoing an unprecedented growth in apartment development, with at least 12 25 to 30 metre high developments alone slated for that small area around Dual Station. I'm here to ask Council if they'd consider utilising these funds generated by these developers and initiate a much needed new open green space within the Dual precinct. One site with potential is on land already owned by Council, currently underutilised as a small car park on the corner of Black and Barclay Streets in Brunswick. Effectively, the 21 car spaces would not be lost, but simply relocated onto Barclay Street and Wilson Avenue, simply by introduction of angled parking. Would be a win-win for the community and traders alike. The area could easily be regenerated into an open green space for locals and visitors to enjoy. A low impact, low maintenance urban forest, possibly part edible forest, that would also provide shade and help mitigate the growing urban heat island effect in that area.
Thank you.
The Dual precinct is calling out for a restful space for current and future residents. And, already slated, there's 750 apartments slated for those tiny 3 streets around Dual precinct. Neighbours need this space outside their apartment to sit.
Peter, I'm just going to ask you to
So the question is, will councillors please support the motion presented tonight, 2/20, identifying places and spaces for greening and social connection in Dual precinct?
Thank you, Peter. And as you note yourself, it is an item for tonight's agenda. So please stay back for the debates. Helen, and after Helen, we'll have Katie Fraser.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. I'm here in relation to the upfield elevated rail, and I asked a question at the last meeting, but I'm going to refresh everybody's memories, and I'd like to actually hold up the regulations so that anybody who's watching this on television can later can actually hone in on the regulations. I'd like to say from the start that I actually was in favour of the elevated rail after going over and checking out the Pakenham line, particularly between Carnegie and Murrumbina. I spent half a day there speaking to people all over the place. They loved it. I came back and I was the only one, I think, who spoke at one of the early meetings at Neighbourhood House here. I spoke in favour of it because I thought it was great. But that was because I thought that we were getting the same deal that they've got over there. And it's since going to various meetings and asking questions through Parliament, etc., that we've found out that Moreland, the Upfield line is not getting the same deal. We're not getting a ballastless line, which is a smooth, quiet, safe line. They're actually putting a ballasted line on our Upfield, on the Upfield run. And it is completely against the engineering bridge building standards. And I sent you all, I hope you all received a copy of this, because it's actually, it's a requirement that MTM cannot grant a waiver against, and there's a reason for that, and it's the safety reason. It's in relation to derailments, but as well as that, it's also that any bridge or elevated rail that goes beyond 500 metres, and ours is 2 kilometres, it's absolutely mandatory that it must have a ballastless system on it. Now, I would like to know what you people are doing about it, particularly in relation to the fact that it goes right above a childcare centre and it also goes right above a whole stack of houses. It will mean a lot more noise for all the local residents, etc. It'll be noisier for people in the train, but it's the safety issues. And it's also the fact that we're actually 20 years into the 21st century. This is 19th century. The system they're putting in with the ballast is 19th
Helen,
century.
thank you for your question. And I provide a very brief answer to say that we'll take it on notice, but we are talking with LXRP and through the community reference group that we've also set up to be able to try to get some answers from LXRP about these matters. So I'll take that on board and we'll certainly be asking that question.
That question was asked at the last council meeting, so it would be good to get a response.
I'm sorry, Councillor, we won't have time. We've got probably 5 to 10 minutes left. So we'll provide that response.
Before we get the advice.
Could I just say that all the way along we've asked for a public meeting because there are a stack of other very simple, there are actually some other very simple things that are
I'll have to take it online because I have many more questions, but we will do that.
We would like a public meeting.
Okay, thank you. Katie Fraser.
How soon will we get the information?
And Anthony Halou will be next.
I have lived on a street called Henkel Street in Brunswick for about 5 years, and when I moved in, I noticed a park at the end of our street. I have 2 young children, so I was pretty excited, but the park is behind a high fence, and it is a concrete park. It has locked doors, it has private cars parked in the driveway, and we have never had access to that park. Now, that park used to be council land, and it was sold in 2003 to a community group. One of the conditions of sale was reasonable public access. And as far as I'm concerned, there has been no reasonable public access. So my question is, will council continue to work with the community to facilitate access to Montfort Park? And if there is no reasonable access to Montfort Park for the community, will council consider buyback of that land?
Thank you, Katie. I guess once more, there is a report on this matter at tonight's agenda, so you'll have to wait for the debate of that report, and we will take that question on notice and provide an answer for you as well. Tony Halou. And the next question will be Retta Cruz. Retta, and just think about whether you have anything more to add to the issue and whether you would like to ask the question. Tony Halou, and welcome. I should acknowledge a former councillor and mayor. Thank you.
2 former councillor and mayors.
And Mark Higginbotham. Thank you. Welcome to the gallery.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to start by welcoming Kathy to the role of the CEO of the City of Moreland. And I was hoping to start your job by sending us a letter, not the contents of this. Otherwise, I believe you should maybe tear the banners from outside when community proudly diverse. That's something to start, but we will respond to it. My question, what is the process if someone wants to use the council facility? Would you like to answer it now? And I have a follow-up response.
We could take who's the facilities?
Booking.
We haven't got a section 173 that requires public access.
Okay,
You want to
thank
take-
you.
We don't have a-
Thank you, Tony.
we don't have a section 173 agreement.
Council, from what I understand, has a number of facilities which are available to the community for booking. Details are on the website and you can access that.
Yeah, but what's the process?
It varies depending on the facilities, I believe, but there would be a process listed on our website. Unless there's anything else to add from council officers? That's right. Okay, thanks. Thank you very much for your question.
But I have a follow-up too.
Okay, thank you. Please start.
It's item on the agenda tonight, and it said the 600 letters circulated among the residents to attend a meeting with the external facilitator appointed by the council. I want to highlight a few things. We've been there 32 years. We have the best relation with our neighbors. Only 6 people attended, or 6 families that represent 1% of the 600 letters circulated, and this has been ongoing, the same things and the same things. We never refuse any application to join the open space. We had anyone approach us, we say, this is the application, fill it in. They never return, they never come back. So whose fault is that?
Okay.
Now, you look at it from the circulated from stories or photos. It's not a park anymore.
Yeah.
It's a court, and it's being built for use basketball and volleyball and so on. We had met with the residents and we...
Thank you. Yeah. Can you please wrap up and conclude the question?
This is this item on the agenda, and I'm just highlighting. I became aware of it today.
Councillor, residents also have a right to be heard.
We will write to the council and put our concern in regarding to the letter and to the report as well.
Okay, thank you, Tony. I guess a brief answer is that please engage in the council process, and we would be able to write with you and organise the relevant officers to speak with you about these matters. Retta, was there a follow-up that you wanted to ask? And the next one will be from John Eglard. We're almost out of time.
Thank you again. Julian Assange's first hearing is on the 25th of February, the extradition hearing with the United States. Darabin Council and Yara Council have already filed motions to support Julian Assange and take the matter up to the federal government and to bring Julian home before it's too late, because the world has seen his health deteriorating. My question is, does Moreland Council have similar plans like Yara and Darabin to take further action on this and file motions and put pressure on the government? Because where Julian Assange is concerned, our government is still in Hawaii. We haven't heard anything from them about Julian Assange. So it's up to us, and we are the local council. This is our government here. So we have to put pressure and do something. So just like Darabin and Yara Council, will this council do more on this matter?
Thank you, Rita.
Thank you.
And yes, there is an item on the agenda tonight. So, John. And Michael Maxwell will be the next question, and we're almost out of time. So if we can please hurry up. But John, welcome back. It was good to see you here. You've got 2 questions.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. It's glad to be back from visiting Chile and Spain, the UN Climate Change Conference. that I attended last year. My question relates to the upfield bike path detours, which have been put in place by the Level Crossing Removal Authority and Vic Roads, with zero public engagement with local expert stakeholders, local cyclists and cycle groups. I actually have been dealt with Vic Roads at least 18 months ago and warned them they needed to provide a safe, direct, fit-for-purpose detour, that the upfield bike path is an arterial cycling route which is used by a wide range of users, including elderly people, school kids, primary and high school kids, as well as pedestrians, as well as commuter cyclists. And they needed to provide a solution to meet all those different groups. They have devised two routes, which I have actually ridden myself. I think they are unsafe. They don't cater to all the people, especially the vulnerable people that use the upfield bike path. So cyclists will use the most direct, easiest route. This is basic human behaviour. The official detours have failed to consider this, that they're not going to go an extra 1.5 kilometres out of their way when there are roads which they think they can utilise on their journey. And I also think that they have ignored that there's local journeys. People aren't going to travel 1 kilometre west or east when they want to access businesses on Sydney Road. So these detours don't meet so many needs. So I think council have an obligation to provide safety for cyclists that use unofficial routes. There's an obligation on council to provide a level of safety. So I'd like to ask, what will council do to improve safety on informal cycling routes, desire lines? Some people call them goat tracks. We all know parks where people make a vertical crossing instead of taking the long way round on concrete paths. Well, cyclists will do that. They'll try and make the shortest route possible. So we need to guarantee that those routes are actually safe. We need to guarantee that those routes can cater for high school kids, primary school kids.
John, can you please wind up, because we've got less than a minute left and I've already called Michael for the last question.
So I'm asking council to consider what they can do to ensure the safety of cyclists using public roads and footpaths for those short routes.
Councillor, if I allow you to answer this, Michael won't get his question.
I've got 5 words. We're considering it as an urgent business item later in the agenda. Thank you, John.
Michael, you've got 30 seconds.
I'm asking a bit about the level crossing removal as well. I live in Victoria Street. I'm not sure what the plans are for the current underpass when that goes. I had some communication with the council last year that said it was going to be turned into a street, fully trafficable street. I see the latest artist's impression from the Level Crossing Authority have it as a what looks like a pedestrian footpath, big walkway without. So my question is, I suppose, what's the plan? I'm not sure. I certainly don't want to open the traffic because I think we spend an enormous amount of money improving express traffic now with all this work we're doing, and I'd hopefully not. But I'm just curious if anyone knows, that'd be great. Otherwise, if someone could tell me.
Michael, I can provide a very long answer, but in the interest of time, maybe we'll get back to you with a written answer. That might be best, because there is a couple of options and no definite decision at the moment. Okay, thank you. Members of the gallery, that concludes slightly over our 1 hour allocation, but that concludes question time. I do note there are some questions still that have been submitted, but they don't directly relate to items on the agenda, but unfortunately we have run out of time. I'm very pleased to see that residents have put in some very detailed questions on paper, which will enable us to be able to write to them and provide an answer to those questions, but also to invite you as well to email council and email myself and your fellow councillors if you would like to get an answer to any of the questions that were asked today or any of the ones that unfortunately we ran out of time on. Councillors, I now will move to councillor reports. And the first item on the agenda is DCF2, the Mall Integrated Transport Strategy. I've got Councillor Yildiz and Councillor Davidson. I'll take Councillor Yildiz first. He's on his feet. Councillor Yildiz.
I've got a proposed alternative motion for the Mall and Integrated Transport Strategy parking restrictions implementation. Postpone the rollout of the Mall and Integrated Transport Strategy 2019 for a period of 12 months. That all new signage should be removed or covered. Survey affected residents, businesses and any other organisations, including schools, sporting clubs, either face-to-face or VI direct registered mail in plain English, no jargon, or in various bilingual languages on the proposed changes and also the human rights assessment.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there a seconder? Councillor Carly Hannon. Councillor Yildiz.
Thank you. Councillors, residents, but us councillors, we do make decisions, no doubt about it. We do make some wrong decisions. We've made a lot of right decisions, no doubt. Last year when we voted on the MITs, we all voted on it, and everyone around this table, bar the Mayor, voted in favour of it. Because at the time we felt that we needed it. Through various consultations, with the residents, through the feedback that we were getting, 5 councillors on December the 11th voted against part of that strategy, which was the parking restrictions. I won't have my integrity questioned. I'm a straight shooter. I've got nothing to hide. And those that know me know that I've publicly said that I did vote for MITs. Nothing to hide. Camera's right there. But we listened to those people here and the many hundreds that signed those petitions, the many hundreds that are still responding to those to messages on social media, those that are still emailing councillors, they're still emailing the officers saying that we're not happy with these restrictions. Just a couple of key points. Tonight, everyone pretty much here, except one person, voted in favour of the strategy. I appreciate a lot of resources. I appreciate a lot of time's gone into this. I appreciate a lot of money's gone into this. But you're telling us it's not going to work. You're telling us you're not happy with it. We're your elected representatives. You voted for every one of us to represent you. Bills, fees, taxes, the land tax, the rates, they are hurting people. For us as your representatives to have another tax on top of this, to charge you $41, then another $116. To say if you don't have a property subdivided after 2011, not to get a permit. For us to be able to say to you, if you've got a driveway or a crossover, you're only allowed one permit, that's not what you want. So, therefore, we did vote, 5 of us. Councillor Bolton, Councillor Carly Hannon, the Mayor, Councillor Tapanos, and Councillor Fumler, we did vote against it. And we can do that. Why can't we do that? June 2019, last year, the Darebin Council overturned a decision that they made on the same issue. We need to do the same here.
Thank you.
So I rise to support Councillor Yildiz's motion, and a big part of it is about the fact that we've heard loud and clear from residents that we need to consult better, we need to hear from all of you, and we need to talk about this concept of modal shift and how we actually make it happen. Because, when we sit here making policy, it's hard to see how that's going to look in the real life. And we've heard from everyone that we need to look at the hierarchy of needs, and that the amount of concessions we've been giving to various, stakeholders has now gotten to the point where we're so far from the original strategy. It's time that we actually go back to that strategy and adopt it properly, have the consultation properly, and not, be scared of what that's going to lead to. Because the reality is, we all supported it March last year because we do want to see modal shift, and we do want to get rid of the huge congestion and not be just a paved paradise. Like, we want to see open space and walkability. But, you know, particularly as a young mum, like I'll tell you, I can't get into one of the local childcare centres. We can't walk down all of our streets because we haven't fixed up our canopies yet. Like, we have got policies in place to try to improve things. We need to work with the state government to improve public transport, not work against them. We need to actually look at what the future of our city is going to be. And by hearing from our residents, that is what's going to lead us to having better policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there a speaker against the motion? Is there any other speakers for this motion?
Can I
Councillor
ask that it
Farrell?
be put? We've got a big agenda.
My hand first.
We've got a procedural motion.
We do have a procedural that it be put. I will have to put the procedural without debate, I believe. But it does require a seconder. Is there a seconder for the procedural? Councillor Dorney. All those in favour?
Putting the motion.
Of putting the motion, yes. All those against? I declared that lost. Councillor O'Farnley.
I appreciate it. We've got a lot of residents who have turned up tonight. They would like to hear the debate in the chamber and not see that pushed through. I've never seen so many residents turn up on an issue before. I've been here for 3.5 years, and I really appreciate the time that you're all taking out of your nights to come here and contribute to the debate. You've come out because it's hit a chord with you, because this issue matters to you and it actually affects you and your family. And I appreciate that. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. For a lot of people, the first time they actually are aware of these implementations, these parking policies, is when that 2p sign goes up on their street. And the reason why is because we have consulted very poorly on this issue. And I'll explain why. We've called it MITS, we've called it modal shift, we've called it a lot of different words. What we haven't called it is paid parking. That's what's going up in front of a lot of residents' houses. There's 2p signs all around Pascoe Vale at the moment, Pascoe Station, I'm sorry. I drove and saw it, and in a few months' time, we're going to start seeing pay stay signs right under it. That's paid parking. Now, I don't know about you, but when you're going to implement paid parking, that's what you should call it. You should call it paid parking because that's what it is. It's not different type of fancy words. So the first time, this is just the tip of the iceberg. When we start rolling this out in Coburg, Glenroy, Hadfield, all these different areas, and you put paid parking signs in front of their houses, there's going to be 50 more times people than this that turn up. Because that's when they're finally aware that this is what this is. It's not other fancy words. Now, I want to talk about one particular issue, and that is on the agenda tonight, the council officers have put up, not in the officer recommendation, but something called option C, which is unlimited business parking. I'm concerned that some of the councillors are not appreciative of how important that actually really is.
This is not related to Councillor Gilde's motion.
I'll uphold
You can talk about it later.
that point of order and maybe ask Councillor Farnley to keep that for a later
Sure.
debate.
What I'll talk about is the complexities of MITS. I'll talk about the complexity of the MITS. One of those complexities is that my mum is a pharmacy assistant. She drives to work. She drives to work because she only works 1 day a week, and on that day she has to drop off my niece and nephew at childcare. There's a lot of pharmacy assistants in that pharmacy, and under MITS, she parks, under current regulations, she parks in an all-day parking area. But if we put 2p in, she'll no longer be able to park and go to work. She'll have to either find another job in another municipality. Now, only 5 people in that pharmacy will be able to get a business permit. So this is actually going to hurt staff. This is going to hurt workers. People that don't even live in Moreland are actually going to be hurt as well, that actually work in Moreland. So this is the tip of the iceberg, and the responsible thing to do is to put on hold, cover the signs, and consult with the community again and talk to the community about paid parking and whether it's appropriate and whether it will achieve modal shift.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this motion at the moment? No?
I'd like to flag an alternate motion.
Councillor Davidson, yes.
Yes. And I will...
Circulated, maybe.
Yes.
Yep.
If the officers can bring up the motion on screen for the benefit of the gallery, that would be helpful, and I'll read through it quite slowly.
Yes,
Yes,
it's
foreshadowed.
foreshadowed. Is it possible to just bring that up so we know?
I think it's good to read it for the people at home.
Yeah. I'm happy to allow that because I think it's important to go through the process.
All right. I'm not sure. It's a bit
Councillor
difficult
Davis,
to
if you
see.
start reading it and it will go up on the screen for the benefit
Okay.
of councillors and the gallery very shortly.
So it is the report that is contained in the council agenda tonight, with additional points that I believe strike a balance. So what I'll do is I'll read through each point, and then if I have a seconder, I'll speak to those. So.
No, just read the motion.
The entire motion.
I
think I'll read.
Just read the changes to the officer's recommendation.
Yes, that's right. So the points that I'm adding into this, number 3 says delays the rollout of the Moreland Integrated Transport Strategy for Glenroy Activity Centre until the completion of the level crossing removal project, which is currently underway on the Upfield line. After the completion of the level crossing removal project, Council will receive a report reviewing the extent of the car parking restrictions in the rollout activity centre. The next point is point number 6, and this is in relation to Pascoe Vale.
7, isn't it?
No, 6. Notes the unique characteristics of the Gaffney Village Neighbourhood Centre, including its typography, which relates to the gradient of that hill. Train station with a relatively high access by car use compared to other train stations in the municipality, and the high proportion of recently subdivided properties in that area. Then following from that is point 7, which says to remove all 2P parking restrictions installed as part of the Moreland Integrated Transport Strategy in the Gaffney Village Neighbourhood Centre area. So to remove 2P parking restrictions in Pascoe Vale, Gaffney Village. Point 8, write to all residents within the Gaffney Village in the Neighbourhood Centre informing them of this decision, and that letter needs to include notification of a full refund of those residents who have purchased residential and or visitor permits, an explanation as to how individual streets can petition for permit parking if residents in those streets so desire. So if someone says we need to have permit parking in this street, I can't get out of my driveway, they can send that to council and petition for that. Then point number 11 introduces discount business permits for not-for-profit organisations, schools, as outlined in option D on page 29 of the council agenda. And point number 12 relates to the timing restrictions. So this is excluding Pascoe Vale, and it's in the other activity centres. Revises the parking restrictions introduced by the strategy to be generally 8 to 8, Monday to Friday. So that's a reduction from the 11 p.m. Finishing point, as outlined in option E on page 31 of the agenda, which is the earlier finishing time I'm proposing of 8. So if I have a seconder.
Thank you, Councillor. We will. We're not calling for a seconder because we'll have to deal with the motion first. So, if the motion moved by Councillor Gilders and seconded by Councillor Carly-Hannon fails, we would then move on to seek a seconder. But thank you for foreshadowing that motion. Is there any other discussion on the motion moved by Councillor Gilders? If Councillor Bolton.
Would like to just state my position. In some ways, I'd have a preference to support Councillor Davidson's motion, but I do feel that the proposal from a couple of residents about a proposal to reopen public consultation would be important on this. And I noticed Councillor Yildiz talks about a survey of affected residents. I mean, I sort of feel like really what's required is a reopening of public consultation because not all residents are affected yet. And I'm speaking from the point of view where I've got a lot of sympathies from the resident who raised questions about council, state government prioritising car traffic over pedestrians because I do agree with those points. But I have felt and I think in the original Moreland Integrated Transport Strategy, there were a lot of elements thrown in together in that strategy, which included some measures about making pedestrian travel, cycling travel, etc., safer for people, which is important. Anyone who's got small children or elderly relatives is going to be concerned, or people with disabilities are going to have a concern about safety. But the problem was there wasn't really much in the way of detail about the implementation of the parking restrictions, which is why this has come as such a big surprise for a lot of people. And also a lot of people are not generally engaged with government consultations and council consultations. So I feel that, and I think what's happened in council is a whole lot of issues have been raised about people's lives, people who are shift workers, work very long way away, people who have to do drop-offs of children at childcare centres on the way to work, etc. A whole lot of issues have been raised, and I think that's meant councillors had to make a whole lot of ad hoc changes. Some of those changes have been positive changes, but I could also anticipate that was going to be the issue with the parking implementation. And I don't think, for me, it was a surprise in this day and age of casualised work, where it's not always easy for people to use other means of transport. And I feel that any parking restrictions should really only be coupled with a really red-hot go at a dramatic improvement in public transport in the city. And I feel that we haven't really been doing that, although I am involved in the campaign to improve the upfield line. But I feel that you really can't deal with the parking unless you have a red-hot go to improve public transport. So, I think I'm tending towards voting for this resolution. But if this resolution goes down, I will be supporting Councillor Davidson's resolution.
Thank you, councillors. Is there any other discussion? I might just say a couple of words myself in speaking in favour of the resolution. As you may have heard today, I was the only councillor who didn't support this policy to begin with. And correct me if I'm wrong, councillors, but I also believe I'm probably the only one who doesn't own a vehicle. But for me, I really felt that it was important to be building a city that accommodated all of the needs of our residents. And in my deliberations, I often thought about my parents and people who are elderly and people who need to drive, young families, tradespeople, and I think that we didn't get the balance right. Subsequently, and since that time, we have seen many changes to this policy. Some adopted by our then CEO, some adopted by our interim CEO, some adopted because an assessment that was done around human rights, and some more changes proposed today. Whilst I commend everyone who's worked on those to make this policy a little bit better, I think the proper thing to do is not try to fix something that's inherently broken, but put everything on hold and start again, and start by consulting our community. So that's why I support this. Is there any other speakers? Councillor Riley.
Yeah, thanks. I just need to, I kind of agree with Councillor Bolton with most of her sentiments, but I won't be supporting this motion. I just want to make the point that the MITs and the parking strategy were adopted at very high level, and there are lots of documentation, a lot of work, and a couple of years' worth of discussion and engagement with the community went on at that level. So I want to distinguish that with what's happening now with the rollout and the implementation, and clearly we need to do more listening and adjusting of that, and you've just acknowledged that, Mayor Tapanos, that we are doing that, we have been doing that, and we'll continue to do that. So based on that, I think I'm more than happy to oppose this motion and support Councillor Davidson's foreshadowed motion, and I've also got some additional changes to that, so we'll get, hopefully we might, depending on how this goes, we'll work through that. But I believe we are consulting, we are engaging, we are listening. It's not easy, but I think we will continue to do that, and it's important that we do that because we have a wicked problem with the number of cars in our city and the number of amount of congestion. And we are trying to support other forms of transport. We've been trying to advocate for public transport, better buses, more trains for 20 years, and we've got nowhere. So I don't think by doing your strategy, Councillor Bolton, we're going to actually do that first and then implement this. I'd like to think we could, but that's not how we're going to do that. So I'm really supportive of the foreshadowed motion and getting through some of the changes and trying to implement this in a way that will actually be able to roll out and be effective. It may become more complicated, but unfortunately that's what happens when you do more engagement. Things become a bit more complex and complicated, but I do think it will be meeting the majority of the needs of citizens in our city.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any other discussion? I'm sorry, members of the gallery, please be quiet. Sit down, sit down. Please respect councillors have a right to an opinion, and they will be heard in silence. So please, I need to insist that people need to be silent. Thank you. If there isn't any other discussion, I'm going to put this...
an amendment.
Okay, I'll hear your amendment, Councillor Bolton.
My amendment is simply at the beginning of point 3. I mean, it's sort of inferred in point 3, but not stated specifically. Amend it to be to reopen public consultation on the parking implementation plan. Parking implementation strategy, followed by the rest of point 3.
Okay, and I'll ask if that's acceptable to the mover. It's certainly additional consultation.
100%.
Yep, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Bolton. So that's incorporated into the motion. All right. You can speak against the
not the amendment. Sorry, about the substantive.
The substantive as it stands, with those incorporated words from Councillor Bolton. Councillor Dorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors, and thank you, members of the gallery tonight. I'd also like to extend my thanks to the many, many residents that have made contact with councillors and with officers over the last, this process has ultimately been going for the last over 2 years now, but particularly in the last month as things have ramped up and, you know, there's been a bit more campaigning in bringing this to the foray of knowledge to the community, the people that have had really constructive, positive, productive conversations with councillors and officers that has allowed us to come to what I would like to support Councillor Davidson in her foreshadowed amendments, and why I'm standing to not support Councillor Yildiz motion. We've spent 2 years and hundreds of thousands of dollars to get us to the point where we are. Good.
Please, quiet, please.
Good policy is not created straight away, and good policy doesn't always mean that everyone who gets to...
She needs to be taken out. But she can't keep
All
doing
right,
that.
sorry. Please, I'm going to mention it one more time. The gallery needs to be silent and councillors need to be silent. Councillor Dorney has the floor. Councillor Dorney, please continue. If you're interrupted again, I will ask the interrupter to leave. And that goes for the gallery as well as councillors. Councillor Dorney.
We're still going, man.
All right, we are going to wait. If people can't be silent, they will be asked to leave. Okay.
Like a football match.
All right. Yes, thank you. This is not the football. Councillor Dorney, are you happy to continue, or would you like me?
I'd like them to be quiet.
All right, we're not going to continue unless people are quiet.
Thank you.
Councillor Dorney.
So good policy isn't created right in one go. And we've heard from the community, we've made adjustments over the last 2 years. We've made adjustments to what we've heard about expanding concession rates, making it easier for people with disabilities to be able to park in our streets, making sure we've got transitional parking permits, making it so that we are able to have more flexible parking arrangements for community organisations and schools and neighbourhood houses and things like that under delegation and being able to talk to officers. We then came back in July and we made further amendments residents, while also making sure that we could keep in line with our objectives of MITS, to actually really start to meaningfully deal with congestion in this city and start to support our community to transition away from just dominating private car ownership. I'm also a councillor who doesn't own a car, but that does not mean that I just think about people who don't own a car. I ride a bike, I catch public transport, and I walk. That doesn't mean that I don't listen to the needs of my community. And I don't consider myself an idealist. I would like to thank every single person that emailed me, and while I can't respond due to work and councillor commitments and things that just take up your time every day in this role, all of the time, I will say that I have listened and responded, and I think that the officer's recommendations with Helen Davidson's amendments go a long way to really start to address this wicked, complex problem, while also making sure that we're finding a good balance with the community, and we'll continue to do that. What Helen asked us, what does success look like? To me, success looks like putting people, place, safety and amenity and health at high importance in our city. To me, it looks like making access to public space more equitable and being able to reallocate that space, not to just car parks, but allowing for other things. Success looks like smarter on-street parking for a finite and public resource. To me, success looks like affordable housing options that don't just default to car parking spaces because that's what we think that society must just keep producing. Success looks like our streets are safe and connected for people of all ages and all abilities. This policy may not have been perfect. I was proud to stand up in March and support this. I am proud to stand up and not support the motion to have it removed. That's what this motion is tonight, to remove parking and not support modal shift in this city. And I am not standing for it. It's wrapped up in this, it's not fair and it's not equitable, and that's not true. We have worked at every step. We don't know what we don't know, and that's why we need you telling us. You've done that, we continue to accommodate, and I think that we've done a really good job. Not perfect, but who is? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. No. I'm sorry, members of the gallery. Well, it's not the time for the gallery. It's only the time for councillors, and we're in the middle of a formal debate. So to answer your question, no, you can't speak. But I will take another. Sorry, silence, please. I will take another speaker if there is one. Otherwise, I'll put Councillor Yildiz's motion to the floor. I'm not seeing one, so I'll put that to the vote. Oh, there is a right to reply. Councillor Yildiz.
Okay. Can I just say, yes, this is that. This is, in fact, stopping it. This is saying the residents and the community are saying they don't want this. And, you know, you look at the new group that's come about with a number of people that have already said they don't want it. Whilst I respect what Councillor Davidson is trying to do, to single out parts of the city and go, let's leave Gaffney Street, but Coburg's okay. So if you've got friends and family in Coburg, you can't park there for 2 hours, but you can park in Pascoe Vale. I'm a North West Ward councillor. I represent the North West Ward, but I actually got voted in to represent everybody. I get more phone calls from people in Brunswick, Coburg, Merlingston, and I respond the same way I would to anyone that was in Pascoe Vale or Glenroy. Doesn't matter. This doesn't affect just the Gaffney Street neighbourhood area. This affects the entire municipality, the entire 14 suburbs almost. So for us to single out, and it doesn't change anything, all it does, the costs are still pretty much the same. Yeah, they might be discounted. They're going to go up every year anyway. But to potentially charge someone $3,500 to park in front of their house, how about the motion say that we don't charge at all? You pay rates. You're paying enough already. For someone to say, no, who owns the road? You own the road. I don't own the road. You do. The people that pay rates own the roads, as far as I'm concerned. So if this doesn't get up, it's not too much different. If if the other motion gets up, it's not too much different to what was already proposed back in December 11, 2019.
Thanks, Councillor. That closes the debate on this motion, but we certainly have a foreshadow to come. All those in favour of the motion moved by Councillor Gilder, seconded by Councillor Carly Hannon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I declare I declare that motion lost.
We have a division on that, please.
Can we have a division? We can have a division, which means we'll redo that vote. All those in favour? And this is a recorded vote for the members of the gallery. All those against?
Take down their names. Remember their names.
Yeah, a division is a recorded vote, and you can see that on the screens. Thank you, councillors. Members of the gallery, I will remind you to please be silent again. This matter has not concluded, and we have Councillor Davidson on their feet to move the foreshadowed. We have a seconder, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Davidson, I think we've all received this, and it is on the screen, so you don't have to read it, but please do speak to the motion.
Thank you. Okay.
And councillors have a hard copy in front of them.
Needs silence.
There is Councillor Kavanagh. And Councillor Davidson will be heard in silence and be afforded the due respect that she deserves as a councillor. So please, members of the gallery, be quiet during the discussion.
Okay. So tonight I want to look at this clearly and logically. It's about finding solutions to a problem that we have in Moreland. Now, I'm sure you've all heard the statistics of how population growth is going to rapidly increase here. And my fellow councillor put to you that it is for all of Moreland, not just for Glenroy and Pascoe Vale. But I do want to distinguish these two areas.
Don't keep speaking until that stops. Can we let them? They need to go.
Keep talking.
All right, because we are not going to proceed if members of the gallery are going to continue to interject. So I will ask people for the last time to be silent or leave. And if and this is the last warning. My interest here is to chair this meeting and make sure it concludes by 11:15 p.m. So I do need people to be quiet so we can continue with the business of council.
Can I call a 5-minute recess?
No, I don't want to recess.
No, we're not recessing. Councillor Davidson, are you happy to proceed? If not, I will be taking further action.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to keep going. I would like to draw the distinction, even though this is part of all of Moreland, I would like to draw the distinction between two different areas. Pascoe Vale is very different to Brunswick. The connectivity between...
Yeah, all right. So I think I've given people adequate warnings. So the next person who interjects and any subsequent people who interject will be asked to leave. And I'll be asked to leave by security. So please be silent.
Okay.
Councillor Davidson.
The connectivity in Brunswick is very different to the public transport options that are available to people in Glenroy, Fawkner and Pascoe Vale. Also, nowhere else in Moreland, this Gaffney Street Hill is the second steepest hill in Victoria of a road. I try to run up that hill as part of a gym workout and I really struggle. How is someone meant to commute up and down by walking there?
She's on your side.
Okay. This motion is designed to find a balance, an equitable balance for residents of Moreland who use all areas of the public transport, whether that be in Coburg, Pascoe Vale or Glenroy, wherever it is. But it does take into account the concerns that you have raised and the voices that we have heard constructively putting towards councillors their viewpoints about their concerns with the typography, the gradient of the station, also the 2P parking restrictions. My proposal is that we allow parking after 8 p.m, which would essentially mean the 2 hours brings it back to 6. So 1 minute past 6, your visitors can attend the house and park out for dinner parties and functions and social connectivity. I hope that this motion is supported by my fellow councillors. We have worked hard, I have worked hard with the officers to try to come up with a resolution that looks at the future needs of the city as well as balancing the current needs of the residents here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and my apologies on behalf of members of the gallery for the interjections. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Davidson for the work you put into this motion. This is all about balance. In my view, this is about balance. A number of councillors mentioned that they voted a certain way in March and June last year, and then we had a mention of the fact that it showed that the policy is weak because it's been coming back for changes. I actually don't view that as weak. I view that changes and taking into account things that have been raised by residents are important. I do clearly dispute about the consultation process. When I was mayor, I wrote 45,000 letters to every resident that potentially could be affected. 45,000 letters, and we had a whole range of people at our public meetings, etc. And it's fair to say there were diverse views. I'm satisfied with that. But there were diverse views. Specifically, this motion tonight does a few things. To every area of Moreland affected, it brings back the 11 p.m. down to 8 p.m. And as Councillor Davidson said so eloquently, that from 1 minute past 6, people will park in those areas. I think that's more reasonable. It also allows for non-profit making groups such as schools, etc., to be heavily discounted to getting parking permits if they require them. Specifically to Gaffney Street, to Pascoe Vale Station, yes, it does remove it from Pascoe Vale Station, but it also leaves the option that if individual streets want to petition for that, and because, let's face it, I know we've got a large group of people in the audience tonight who have a certain view, but I've been contacted by many residents who actually say, my streets are at breaking point. We need some parking restrictions. And so it's not all one way, I can assure you of that. And when I'm elected, I often think of the person in Glenroy, etc., who is not engaged with council, who isn't engaged, and I try and speak on their behalf. So yes, we've got the loud crowd, that's fine, but I also think of the person who's in their living room today and the effect of council decisions on those people who maybe aren't able to get to council meetings, etc. So I think that every time there's a change, I don't see that as a weakness. I see it as responding and seeing, yes, okay, this is an innovative policy, we need to tinker it here. We need to change it there. We need to adjust it there. I don't see that as a weakness. And I won't even mind if further reports come as this policy gets rolled out. Because to me, that's what an engaged, a listening council does. It listens to the people. Can I ask you about the other levels of government? How many times are you consulted from state government when decisions are made? How many times are you consulted by federal government when decisions are made? Local government is the closest level of government to the community, and therefore we should listen. But we're not just going to listen to the loud voices. I'm going to listen to the silent voices too.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other debate on this?
Please.
What do you want me to do?
No, you can't. Just,
I'd like to
that's
speak.
not okay.
No.
You've made a lot of, this is the last chance.
Can I please ask security to, at their discretion, ask people to leave if they're interjecting? And that's, the next step will be to adjourn the meeting. Please, don't interject. Councillor Dale Martin.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone in gallery. You're probably all going to boo me and not like what I'm about to say, but that's okay. We're allowed diverse views here in Melbourne. Thank you. So this entire process is really complicated, as shown by a number of councillors that don't know the difference between the MITS strategy, C183 or the parking implementation plan. Tonight we're talking about the parking implementation plan. In December we were talking about C183. They're two different things. I think it's really important that councillors are aware of that also. What we've decided as a council is that we decided to seek a demonstrable mode shift. So that is prioritising public and active transport, in particular shared paths and footpaths. This was adopted as part of our council plan. This was part of the draft, part of the final adoption. What we want to do as a city is eliminate rat runs. We want to stop people parking across driveways. We want to make our roads safer for kids. And we want a healthier, more active community. Despite what you might read in the papers, this council makes decisions unanimously 95% of the time, probably even higher than that. This is probably one of the few issues where we've split, and it's been quite noticeable. This policy is frustrating. You know, you all wouldn't be here tonight if it was frustrating. We've had council meetings, we've had 2 people in the gallery pretty consistently. We usually put out strategies. We get about 3 or 4 people right into those strategies. People aren't generally interested in council activities. We know that you're interested in this. We know that it impacts you all. And I think what Helen's motion does here tonight, and I have a few amendments that I'd like to put forward, really strikes a balance between mode shift, which is what we've agreed to, and what you residents clearly want, which is to do nothing. And unfortunately, in our role in governance, is that we can't just sit here, kick the can down the road, let another council do it. I know some councils are quite comfortable in the do-nothing approach, but this is a proactive council and we try and address these problems beforehand. Tonight, what this motion is seeking to do is it's reducing the area of MITS. It's reducing it. So it's not as it was, it's making the area smaller. What my amendment is seeking to do is to even halve that even further in Glenroy. And I'll foreshadow that if we debate the items one by one. What we're doing is we're giving permits to post-2011 residents. If you have a development that's post-2011, this motion here will give you a permit, right? We are moving unlimited permits for school. I will be moving unlimited permits for schools, for childcare centres, for kindergartens, areas that we need this to happen.
Residents.
Thank you. And I really do think that we also need to know that areas that have existing parking restrictions will not change. That will remain the same. Off-street car parking will remain the same. None of these things impact that. That remains the same. And I really do encourage people who are confused by what is happening here, please write to all of us councillors, because we all have the answers together and some of us in isolation might be a little bit confused. So I really do encourage everyone to write to all councillors and let's have a dialogue on how we can continue to improve this strategy. This isn't the last time. This strategy is 10 years. We're going to be reviewing this consistently. And we really do want to work with you all. We're not here to be making your life as difficult as possible. You elected us and we're trying to be proactive and really think to the future here.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any other discussion? And I know councillors have some amendments as well. Councillor Bolton.
I suppose we start to go through the amendments.
Yes. If the councillor has an amendment, can they propose them?
Yep.
Councillor Anna Olivia Carley-Hannon.
My amendment is for 3. So my amendment is for point 3 to include Coaching Activity Centre as well as Glenroy Activity.
So to replace the point 3, is it?
not to replace, it's just to say, as well as the Glenroy Activity Centre, to say and Coburg Activity Centre.
Is there a second to that?
Is it incorporated?
Sorry, councillor.
Hello. Okay, I think, sorry, councillors and members of the gallery, I believe we have a technical issue, which is why you heard that noise. So I'm going to ask for a small adjournment to fix the technical issue. And I would put that to the vote for 5 minutes. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. And if I can please request that councillors convene in the room across there, that would be great.
Someone needs to tell them that we just only voted on it being adjourned, because they don't know what we voted on just then.
At Council, we are determined to build an inclusive moorland that supports people with disabilities, their families and their carers to fully participate in the community. One thing we're very excited to present is the newly renovated Oak Park Sports and Aquatic Centre. Opened in October 2018, the new centre has a wider range of accessible facilities and equipment than the city has seen in the past. The new centre has been carefully designed to cater for moorland residents and their diverse access needs, ranging from a 24/7 gym to accessible ramps for each pool.
It's really clear that a lot of thought's gone into making the centre accessible, so you can see straight away that a lot of consideration's been given to signage and paths of travel so people can get through the centre easily and safely, and great accessible change rooms and amazing facilities for people to use all the swimming facilities. Something that makes it even more attractive as a facility is that it just seems so welcoming to people with disabilities. There's a lot of signalling that people with disabilities are welcome here.
Disability affects more than 20% of people in Moreland, and we are working towards making all council services, facilities and information in Moreland accessible and inclusive to everyone. The Oak Park Centre has accessible changing places facilities, wheelchair access throughout the building and pool decks, accessible gym equipment with large screens, lowered drinking fountains, reception desk and cafe counter, braille signage, hearing assistance, gender-neutral change rooms and a recharge point for electric wheelchairs. Carers also receive free entry. Companion cards are accepted and our staff are friendly and supportive.
The trainer she was just really supportive and non-threatening. In a lot of gyms I've been to, the trainers have been pretty intimidating, both in size and attitude. Yeah, I loved how friendly the trainer was and that the information they gave me was useful and easy to understand. Because I feel like a lot of these trainers have been to those sorts of schools, so they just get too used to talking in this way that normal people just don't. I don't speak gym, I'm sorry.
We look forward to welcoming you at Oak Park Sports and Aquatic Centre. We also look forward to working with our community to increase accessibility in Moreland.
I think there's challenges in creating universal access in public spaces, and that a lot of thought and resources have gone into making it work as well as possible. But there's probably always a few areas for improvement.
There's always more we can do. I feel like there's no end point.
It's really good to see the centres being so proactive about disability access, and to know that while they've already put a lot of thought into it, that they also still welcome feedback and are happy to work with community members to look for new areas to improve or develop.
I just really wish this was more widespread, and I'm pretty excited about this place because I feel like it can be seen as like a model for other gyms. Yeah, like I hope people copy this place.
To find out more about accessible facilities at Oak Park, call 8311 4600 or email oakparkleisure@activemoreland.com.au.
Detached house, unit, townhouse, apartment, terrace. Whatever you call it, your house is your home, and your home is Moreland. Like the rest of Melbourne, Moreland is growing. By 2036, we'll have 43,000 more residents living here, and we all need a place to live. That means we need 18,000 new homes and different types of homes to meet the needs of our increasingly diverse and changing community. We need well-designed, livable, environmentally friendly, accessible homes that suit the changing housing needs of our community. We need a range of housing that is affordable to all members of the community so that living in Moreland is a choice open to everyone. And Council is working to deliver all of this. We're sensitive to the needs of our residents and how we want our suburbs to look. Council has rules that allow for apartment buildings to be located in our activity centres. But in our residential areas, we will ensure new housing respects the established height, heritage and character of our suburbs. We have expanded our team of officers to ensure new development delivers on important features like landscaping, privacy and environmental benefits. Moreland is changing and needs a diverse range of housing. Because we're a diverse community, some of us rent, some of us own. We have single people living in houses and families living in apartments. Into the future, we know we will need more smaller homes to cater for increasing numbers of small households. We need to cater for a range of people living in a range of different housing options. It's more than just housing we're planning for, it's the infrastructure that supports it. 5,000 new street trees every year, sustainable environmental practices, green open space and better shopping strips. We're also working to make it easier for you to find out information and let us know your views on new development. Moreland is our home, one community, proudly diverse. By 2036, it's estimated there'll be 43,000 more people living here in Moreland. And they're all going to need to move about. To walk, cycle, drive, bus, tram, train, use shared vehicles, and whatever technology emerges next. Smart, effective transport is vital. So Moreland Council has plans to help keep us moving now and into the future. Our road network is already congested and more cars will only make that worse. We need to limit the number of additional cars travelling and parking around our city if we want to keep our quality of life or make it better. Building wider or more roads isn't the answer. There just isn't land available without immense cost. The answer is in making other forms of transport more attractive, practical, accessible and available. We're lucky. Parts of Moreland are rich with transport options. In these areas, there are more opportunities to change the way we move around. And we're working to create even more transport options for everyone throughout Moreland. We're going to give more space to pedestrians and cyclists and work with the state government to improve public transport. We want residents who move into new housing that's close to public transport and shopping areas to bring fewer cars with them.
Do I need to open the meeting?
No, I declared the meeting resumed.
Okay,
Councillor Carly Hannon.
So I was looking for a seconder for my amendment.
Councillor Yildiz has seconded that.
Okay, so now we'll debate my...
Yes, please. Councillor Carly Hannon.
All right, so I think it's pretty straightforward. The reason that I want to include Coburg Activity Centre as well as Glenroy Activity Centre is that, as everyone already knows, because we've attested to the issues that are going on in Coburg, there's going to be a huge level of upheaval with the level crossing removal. And so there, I think it's just fair that we should put that centre on hold as well, so that we can understand what the community needs are going to be after that infrastructure has been completed.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Yildiz?
Yeah, I mean, this goes back to what I was saying earlier about the fact that if we're going to do this, we do it for the entire or the key activity centres in the municipality. And what this has done is it's actually put us into a bit of a corner because we want to put this on hold for 12 months. It hasn't. My amendment didn't end up becoming a resolution. Therefore, we're left with this, which really doesn't give us what we want. But if it does allow for Glenroy and Coburg to at least get included in this, it gives other people some hope. Because I appreciate, I live in Pascoe Vale. I live around the corner from that train station. My daughter walks up that hill from school and walks down. So it's not about us, it's not about our own situations, but yeah, no doubt. I mean, if I was going to vote for this because it's affecting me, it's not about that. This is about the entire municipality, but those key two activity centres, they're going to get impacted because of the businesses, because of the childcare centres, because of the schools, because of sporting clubs and various other organisations. One thing I do want to say, I know it may not be related, is we talk about congestion, but we need to ask the key question, who caused that congestion? Yeah. Who allowed for all that development at the time? And that's what's happened. We've now realised, I'm not saying it's a council thing, I'm saying state government, they wanted more planning, and we're now finding these congestion issues, but rather than saying, no, we're going to charge you, what we really should be doing is giving residents at least 2 car park tickets for free, permits for free, and then perhaps even add more activity centres. I have to support this because I've got no other choice. At least it's something.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kavanagh.
I'd like to speak against the motion.
Thank you.
And yes, and I'm, as you know, with the seconder of Councillor Davidson's motion, I'm fully in support of Glenroy. I do think there's differences. At Pascoe Vale Station, in the 2015, which is the latest figures of PTV, 0% of travellers come to that station by bus or by tram, by other motor transport, by other public transport. Coburg, 23.8% of users in 2015, which is the latest figures, 23.8% came by getting off a bus or a tram. It's very, very different. It's very, very different. The linkages crossways at Coburg allow people to leave their home and to go on the Bell Street bus or the Smart bus or whatever it happens to be and make their way. That's not the case in the other. I also believe that Coburg isn't still considered, in my opinion, still an inner suburb, because I don't believe that for Glenroy.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there a speaker in favour of this amendment? Is there a speaker against? Councillor Dale Martin.
Actually, no.
No. Okay, then I'll put this amendment to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that lost. A division's been called. All those in favour? All those against?
Sorry,
we're going to do that again. A division's been called. All those in favour of the amendments? All those against? I declare the amendment lost. Are there any other amendments to be proposed? Councillor Bolton.
So I had some amendments which I circulated earlier this afternoon, although there's one I would simplify, I think. So if my amendments could be brought up on the screen. Did they write? Did you get them? Oh, yeah, great.
Last one.
About 6, I think. Or 3, yeah.
No, 6 p.m.
Oh, no, it was
Maybe
earlier
4
than that.
Okay, Councillor Bolton, those amendments have been circulated. For the interests of the gallery and so forth, you can very briefly simplify
the first one. So it was a bit longer and more convoluted around this business permit issue. So I'd like to trim it down to approve free permits for registered not-for-profit organisations and charity schools, including both government and non-government schools and early years services, including childcare centres and kindergartens, and then full stop. The second amendment is to revise the parking restrictions introduced by MITS to be generally 8 a.m. to 6 p.m, Monday to Friday, unless it is an area in an entertainment precinct where nighttime parking is overused. And point 18 continues with the plan for a review of transitional measures relating to parking changes in July 2021, with all measures to remain in effect until a further decision of council, and changes made under delegation to deal with anomalies to be reported back to councillors by email, council briefing or council report.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I'll have to ask the mover if that's acceptable. No. Is there a seconder? Councillor Olivia Carley-Hannon has seconded that. Councillor Holt?
All of those amendments?
Those 3 amendments, yeah. Which is one amendment in essence.
So I'll explain my motivations for all of those. I am particularly worried about schools like Moreland Primary School. Now, there may be other schools in that similar boat, and there will be other schools which do have off-street parking, but not all. And also, I'm very aware of public schools, more so than non-government schools that charge fees, because they're unlikely to be getting an increase in their budget from the state government to pay for paid parking permits. So I was originally fiddling around with this business permit thing that was in the report, but I've just simplified it to free permits. So that's that issue. Then on the question of parking restrictions, the hours of the parking restrictions to be generally 2 hours, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m, Monday to Friday, unless it is an entertainment precinct. Now, there will be some other areas, and this is where I think the parking implementation strategy has to look at each area in great detail. And, the report that came to the council meeting in December indicated that council was going to be flexible about extending the 2 hours to a bit more of a flexible arrangement in terms of 3 hours and 4 hours in some areas, which I think is necessary. But my feeling is, in a lot of parts of Moreland, the paid parking needs to finish at 6 p.m, because it really precludes people actually having visitors later at night. But there will be some areas, and for instance, I was talking to a resident who's in a short street with a soccer ground, and there will be some areas where they may need parking restrictions till later at night, similarly to the the Lygon Street shops in Brunswick, where, the parking is totally congested. I think then the last point is about the review. The report recommends that the review be delayed by 12 months from 2021 to 2022. I think there have been so many issues with the parking that the review, I can understand why council officers are wanting to have more time to assess, but I think there have been so many problems and unforeseen circumstances that I think we need to stick with a review in 2021 with the possibility of other, reporting back earlier than that about particular issues that might arise.
Sure, thank you, Councillor. Is there any speakers against this or some questions? Councillor Cavanagh? Councillor Cavali's got the call.
Yeah. First of all, I would like them to be voted on individually, because I do believe that there's a range of things there. Regarding the school permits, I'd be supportive of some permits being available for free, but I wouldn't be supportive of just approving completely carte blanche free permits, because I know that we've got 345 families in my school. If there's a free permit, our principal's going to apply for 500 permits and give it one to every single member of the family, whether they did it or not. I just don't see the point of it. No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. And in fact, the lady who spoke In fact, the lady who spoke from the school council specifically spoke about parents who hear reading, etc., which is what happens, or parents who work in the canteen, etc. And in schools, I believe, many times at our school, there's 100 to 200 parents at the same time. So I'm concerned about that. I'm also not in favour of taking it back to 6 p.m. Okay,
thank you, Councillor. I understand it's quite complicated, the amendment process. Is there any councillors like to speak in favour or against? Councillor Dale Martin.
Can we split them up?
Let's debate them as three and then put them to the vote separately.
And we can add the words staff and volunteers.
Yeah.
Approve free permits for staff and volunteers of registered not-for-profit.
Okay, so the mover of the amendment has slightly altered that amendment. Is that acceptable to the seconder?
Oh, yeah, sure.
All right. So let's just make that the amendment.
Okay, so on this first one, I think really what we're trying to do here is balance business and resident. And if we give free permits, and potentially some schools might only take 5, at the moment all businesses are allowed to take 5. If some of these schools do end up taking the 200 or 500 option, it could very well happen. I think what may be a better alternative in this situation is that we offer unlimited permits to charities, schools, kindergartens and childcare, but don't offer them for free. And I say that
is it about the environment or revenue? Which one is it?
Okay. Just quiet.
It's a valid question. Is it about money
no, but
or environment?
Question time has expired. Thank you. It's now
about money then.
It's now this is formal debate under our standing orders. And Councillor Dale Martin has the call and will be heard in silence.
Thank you. And to answer your question, all revenue, we're not a business here, we're not a for-profit business, all revenue goes back into the city.
God, stop, please.
Now, so that's why I don't think that we should be giving free permits. I don't think we should be incentivising demand and negatively impacting residents. I think offering unlimited permits.
Children's education because you're going to make them pay for staff, pay for permits.
I'll just ask you to stop, please.
All right, please, Councillor. Let's just pause for a second. Please, I'm going to have to say it one last time. Please be quiet so we can get through this meeting. I know that there are passions in the rooms and people have varying opinions, but that time for the gallery to express those questions and opinions has expired, and this time is purely only for councillors. So you're just observers in the gallery at this point in time. Thank you.
Yes, and so I think that free permits will incentivise. At the moment, it's currently 5 permits. I don't think that that's enough for schools, for charities, for not-for-profits. So I think we should make that unlimited. In regards to the 6 p.m, what we're already doing with the 2011, we're offering those residents a special permit. If we also reduce to 6 p.m, we're going to have a situation where we're incentivising people to drive to work, to take their car away for that period in the middle of the day, and then come back. And so in addition to the current resident permits, which will be able to park on both sides of the street, the resident type A, which will be for everyone post 2011, we're going to have people that are not getting a permit, driving to work and coming back. And I just think that that is a scenario that will end in complete chaos for residents. And so for that reason, I don't support it. And I actually would like to foreshadow another amendment where we actually split north and south, because I think the issues that people experience in the north and people in the south, it is very different, and we really have to try and make sure that we're not incentivising car travel here, because if we do, it's just going to end up in chaos. And you're all going to be in here at the customer service desk saying that you can't get a park in your street. And we have to be very careful that we don't regress with this policy. And also, this thing is going to be rolling out over the next year, and so bringing it forward to 2021 is again going to push enormous resources, and it's not going to give us time to adequately consult. And so I think 2022 is baking in there that additional comms and that additional work that we can do as a council. So that's why I'm not supportive in any of these elements.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Is there another councillor that would like to speak in favour or against this amendment? Councillor Carly Hannon.
So I am seconding Councillor Bolton's motion, understanding that the sentiments there are excellent. What I do want to note, though, is that we continue to just keep making amendments after amendments, and it's just, I've said it before, and I know I get told off from other councillors, but it is policy on the run. That is what it is, and I just think that, you know, why are we not letting this strategy come back in its entirety and working through this stuff properly, rather than just constantly adding amendments on the floor?
Thank you, Councillor Carly Hannon. Councillor Mark Rowland.
Yeah, thank you. Look, yeah, I'm not terribly supportive of these amendments. I see where they're coming from, but I'm foreshadowing that we actually approve, you know, unlimited permits for schools and childcare centres and so on. That's going to come if this is lost. I think we are trying to manage the demand. At the moment, the way that the parking restrictions roll out are based on street-by-street votes. It's very long, it takes a long time, and what we're seeing with the number of applications we're getting in our city is that every planning application that comes to our Planning and Related Matters Committee, parking is there every time. I think my colleagues would agree with me that what we're trying to do is to get ahead of the pack, in the sense that we're trying to provide the levers to allow council to adjust the limits so that we can actually provide preference for long-term residents. And then we've also got a package tonight to look at the August 2011 residents who've arrived here since that line was drawn, to provide and accommodate for them. And I think we are also trying to do some other things around these non-government and community-based organisations as well. So I don't support them. I also think the cut-off at 6 o'clock means people can start parking from 4, which, you know, I think Councillor Martin's adequately addressed that. I don't need to repeat it. I think it's a real concern if we take that out at this point.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion on this matter?
Draw attention to, with my slightly modified amendment, number B drops altogether, that gets deleted altogether, because that's what I was trying to avoid, that convoluted.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bolton, just to, I mean, can you please just clarify what your amendment is, because you've changed it a few times now.
The amendment was to approve free permits. So the amendment is to approve free permits for staff and volunteers of registered not-for-profit organisations, charities and schools, etc. And point 12 is revising the parking restrictions so that they end at 6, and the point 16 that we keep the review in July 2021.
So 11, 12 and 16. Okay, thank you, Councillor. All right, I'm now going to conclude that debate and put those to the vote one at a time. So point number 11, all those in favour? All those against? I declare that lost. Point number 12.
Was that lost?
Yes, that was lost. Point number 12. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that lost. Point number 16. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that lost. Thank you. That concludes the amendments from Councillor Bolton. Are there any other amendments to be made to this substantive motion? Councillor Dale Martin.
So I have 4 amendments that I would like to make. 2 of those are actually directly from the officer report. So I'd like to move option B, which what that does is for those residents in Glenroy, Pascoe Vale and around Merlinston, instead of paying $10 per day for daily parking, that rate will drop to $2.50 per day. I'll talk through my rationale for that as we work through. Option C, what I was alluding to before, which is a slight change, and that is approve the removal of a limit on business parking permits that can be obtained by not-for-profits, schools, childcare centres and kindergartens. And that is following on from Councillor Bolton's motion. It's just not offering them for free, but it's still offering unlimited, as opposed to our regular businesses that get only 5.
And it's still discounted.
And it's still discounted, so it's at a 50% discount as well from another part of Helen's motion. So then also is amending part 4 of Helen's motion, and that is actually seeking to, instead of removing Glenroy, it's actually what it'll be doing is dropping it from a 200 metre zone down to a 100 metre zone where the parking would apply. And it would seek to apply 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. only on one side of the street. So essentially, if residents had already existing parking permits in the street, there would be no change. If it was unrestricted on both sides of the street, we would implement 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. only on one side of the street. And I can talk about that in a second. And then point 13 is revise the parking restrictions reduced to MITs to 2 p.m, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m, only for zones 1 to 9. So that is Gaffney Street North. Everything south of Gaffney Street, I'm proposing that it stays at 11 p.m. So if I have a seconder, I'm happy to debate and talk through each of those issues in more detail.
Okay, there's a seconder.
Okay, so
Councillor
thank you.
Martin.
So for option B, my rationale for reducing the cost for daily parking permits in Glenroy, Merlinston and Pascoe Vale, should Pascoe Vale or Glenroy be added in the future, or if they're not removed, I just think that a lot more people commute to those stations. In the south, a lot more people catch buses, trams, whatever. And so there's less demand on the surrounding areas. What, $2.50 a day? I think that that's really reasonable. It's enough of a disincentive to get people who do live nearby to get out and walk down to the station. But it's not so much of a disincentive that it is breaking the bank. In regards to option C, removing the limit of business parking permits that can be obtained by not-for-profit schools, childcare centres and kindergartens. We've heard tonight that these institutions are impacted quite heavily. They don't really have any other option, especially if they don't have any off-street parking. What we need to do here is really balance those institutions with residents' rights. We don't want to crowd residents out so they can't park in these areas. For those residents that are trying to get these new post-2011 permits, we want you to still be able to park near your place. And so what this does is it makes sure that there is still a disincentive. It's not just handed out willy-nilly and we don't end up with 500 people with a permit. My point 4, really, I don't support any part of the MITs being removed entirely. I think what we need to talk about here is what's reasonable. I think that it's reasonable to have one side of the street restricted in an area where it is developing, there is pressures, and I think by taking it out completely, I feel that it'll never be reviewed again, and I think we really do need to prioritise this mode shift and all of this work that we've been working towards for the last few years. I know this council really likes to get out and say that we're in a climate emergency, and if we're not incentivising a mode shift, then I don't know what type of emergency they're working towards. And finally, point 13 is looking to amend restrictions for 2 hours, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m, Monday to Friday, only in zones 1 to 9. So that is areas Gaffney and above, for those that haven't looked at the map. In Brunswick, in Coburg, there's a lot more development pressure. And I really genuinely think that if we don't have that higher restriction to 11 o'clock, you're going to have a lot of people that are just out there moving their car once or driving to work and coming home late, and you are going to have parking chaos. And I really don't want anyone else to be coming back here in 6 months' time, because we've entered parking chaos, because we've wound these restrictions back so far that it's incentivized people to drive everywhere. So that's the rationale for my amendments, and I really do hope that my fellow councillors support them, and I'd also like these voted on one by one, please.
Okay, I'll firstly have to ask if they're acceptable to the mover.
I'm seconding it.
Oh, you're seconding it already.
But is it in the substantive or?
No, it's not.
No, it's not substantive, it's not. Okay, so it is an amendment. Councillor Abood, would you like to speak?
As the seconder, I'd love to. Has everyone been waiting for me to say something? This is complicated, isn't it? This is not yelling at your dog in the backyard or putting stuff on Facebook. This is very complicated work. Thanks for And what this is here, this amendment that Councillor Martin has diligently prepared, is a compromise. And we've heard here people yell at us about how expensive it is. So there's a compromise. That's a pretty hefty discount from $10 down to $2.50. We've heard that we want something to happen in Glenroy. That doesn't mean Glenroy experiences the same restrictions straight away as other areas of the city, and probably we're talking about Brunswick where it's tight down there. I'm not a South Ward councillor, but I do understand that things have got tight down there, and people who have lived in the city for 40 years can't park their cars now. That's coming. It's coming, but at the moment, it seems like the general consensus of this particular group of people is that the parking suite, there's no issue, we don't need any restrictions. So the Glenroy scenario that Councillor Martin has proposed is a compromise. Half the street. The timing of the restrictions, we've heard that people don't want to see restrictions until 11 p.m. That's a pretty hefty compromise. That's 3 hours before that, and it's talking about the zones where that needs to have happen. It's not talking about a blanket change, because in Brunswick, if you live in Brunswick and you have for a long time, you will notice that especially over the last 15 years, things are getting very tight down there, and it's very hard to park a car in the evening because we have a vibrant nightlife down there. People come to Moreland and they come to Brunswick to do stuff at night time, and that's a good thing, and it needs to be acknowledged, and so we need to protect residents as well as everybody else with the restrictions that we roll out. Now, if this is about the money, then I haven't seen my brown paper bag, because I'm still getting the same old $28,000 per annum to do this work. I think what it's actually about is it's about the responsibility that we have to manage the congestion. We've heard people talk about development, increased development. Since I was elected to this council, that development has slowed. The deliveries of the projects that you're seeing now, compared to what we're seeing through the chamber and what we're seeing through the planning department, and there is a lag, right? Some of this stuff that's being built today was approved 3 and 4 years ago. Some of the projects that we approved at the beginning of our term are not even built yet. Stuff on Sydney Road. You know, there's a lot of stuff that's been built here that I was not on council when it was approved. And I think it's actually a good thing to consider that it has lagged, but it's going to take off again, because people want to live in Moreland. All of us want to live close to the CBD, close to where the action is. I think that the amendment here that I've seconded is, a good compromise, and it's considering what needs to happen so that we can still continue with this important piece of work, but also understand that there needs to be some slight changes to it.
Thank you, Councillor.
Forgot to clap.
Other speakers for or against?
No, that's a good question.
Councillor Kavanagh, a question.
I'm a bit torn on this, because if Councillor Davidson's motion that I seconded gets up, then there won't be any parking, there won't be any paid parking, permit parking at Glenroy and Pascoe Vale. And yet, if I vote against this and Councillor David's motions go down, then I'm opting for $10 a day parking. So I find that a difficulty.
Yes. The process is that this is an amendment to an existing proposal by Councillor Davidson. The amendment, in my view, cannot contradict the intent of the original motion as proposed. Sorry, Councillor Kavanagh, but if there's anything in that amendment that does contradict that, it probably does need to be removed or alternatively proposed as a foreshadow. Now, I must admit, a lot of this has come out of the blue and emailed, and so I haven't been able to pick up on if anything is contradictory. Perhaps I'll ask the mover, is there anything contradictory in your view, Councillor Martin?
No, so this is a lot of this. I mean, the things that we're talking about being contradictory are actually part of the officer recommendation. So, councillors have had ample time to review option B and C.
That's true.
So the question to answer Councillor Kavanagh is that there's nothing contradictory.
Councillor Martin asked for it to be voted on item by item,
That's
so
correct.
which would mean you could support some, but I'd like to speak.
Okay. I'm going to call for a speaker for or against. Councillor
Can I speak against? The best way to vet that confusion is just put 000 and even perhaps have a moratorium where those people that are going to get charged $2.50, $10, whatever it is, if they overstay, they're going to get a parking fine. Of course you are. There's a lot of other municipalities that are managing congestion without having costs. This is an extra burden. It's an extra cost to residents. And those people using it will be our residents. I say, how about trialling it out for a year at a zero cost and have a moratorium on parking fines? Let's see what happens then. I can't hope for this. There's still a cost associated with it. Whether it's $2.50, $5, why not make it zero and trial it?
Thank you. Is there any other speakers? Councillor Bolton.
I'd like to just speak on one element, which is Councillor Martin's proposal to remove this element from Councillor Davidson's motion, and that is the bit about receives a report on the full rollout of the parking implementation plan in the Glenroy Activity Centre after the completion of the level crossing removal project. From my memory, the Councillor Davidson's wording is delays the rollout
So I think that's
until after the completion of the level crossing removal. Now, I really would urge you not to remove that from the motion if possible.
It's not being removed. It's 0.5, I think, what you're referring to.
0.5 is what I'm referring to.
Yep.
Because when the Essendon level crossing removal happened, a large portion of people on the Craigieburn line did not catch the buses to the city because they took an hour versus half an hour to get to work between Glenroy and the city, for example. And so a huge number of people drove to the upfill line, despite how crap the upfill line was, discovered how crap it was, and especially for people living north of Bell Street. And it was just totally inundated. And I actually don't think we can really get a genuine feel for the implication of the parking restrictions in Pascoe and Glenroy and Oak Park until after the level crossing removal on the upfill line is complete. Like, I think it'll be totally distorted because there'll be a massive number of people driving to the Craigieburn line to catch the train. So I really don't think that side of, parking restrictions on that side of town can be really implemented until that project's over.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other speakers? I might speak a little bit in regards to this amendment, and also just say that I'm actually very confused towards the details of it, and I have a number of concerns. On the surface, I'm all in favour of decreasing the fee to $2.50 to encourage park and ride, but I also think that should occur in a whole range of other train stations as well, including Coburg, and right through the municipality's train stations. I also think the details of how it would work are not really clear, and if it's a sign that directs people to an app to register for $2.50, I think that is going to be awfully confusing and exclude a whole range of people who won't be able to use the app, who have different languages, needs and so forth. So it won't surprise you to hear from me that this, I don't think, has been well thought out and should not be supported although on the surface it seems like a good solution, what needs to happen is that all this should be on hold and we should come back with proper proposals after proper consultation. And when we assess how a change like this impacts on the human rights assessment of people from cold communities who don't have the language skills to access and take advantage of a discount. Is there a councillor in favour? Councillor Martin, you've proposed this amendment, so you've already spoken. Is there another councillor?
Yes.
Councillor Martin.
Riley, it is. Thank you. I just want to endorse the proposal for option B with $2.50 parking at Merliston, Glenroy and Pascoe Vale train stations, because I believe it is a good way of accommodating those people who do need to catch trains into the city. And I do think we can actually roll this out and implement it to address the needs of all the different users in our city and provide paper versions of this for people who are needing to use it on an ongoing basis, and that can be part of the implementation and the rollout as well. I think the addition of the Glenroy area is a creative way of introducing a flexible arrangement there while we're having the level crossing removals happen on the upfield line. I think that's one way of starting to introduce this, and it really reduces the footprint so that it actually allows quite a bit of flexibility for people, but starting to send some signals around the use of those areas. And I think the last one of point 13 of changing it to those zones 1 and 9, those parking zones, as we've called them in our report, zones 1 to 9 above the Gaffney Street line, is a good way of addressing that too, for an 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. rollout and allowing it to stay at 11 p.m. in the south. I think that's a good way. I represent the south, and I think the pressures down there are really immense, and they're going to only get greater with the number of multi-unit dwellings that are on the drawing board.
Yes, thank you. Is there another speaker?
No,
Councillor Davidson.
Against.
Yep. Councillor Davidson.
Yes, I just rise to speak against this particular motion in relation to Glenroy. A lot will change when the level crossing removal projects occur. Boundaries are shifting, different traffic forces are going to be in play. People might choose to avail themselves of public transport more so than driving to the train station. But getting to the point of it, my motion calls for a review of the extent of the parking restriction rollout in the activity centre. I don't want to commit Glenroy to paying a fee to park at the train station and then on top of that pay another fee for their MyKey. Whether it's $10 or $2.50, I'm not prepared to put that down for Glenroy.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there another speaker for or against? Okay, no, there not being one, I'm going to put this to the vote separately. Councillor Dale Martin, I'm just going to ask you to mention the dot points as they are now that you want to put separately to the vote. So it's dot point 4, is it?
Yeah, so 4,
Yes.
as it's written.
As it's written.
And so 4 doesn't have any impact on 5. Yeah,
And
still
then-
remains the same.
And the next one?
So part 13 is being modified, which is that one there.
Yes.
And then inserting as additional points option B and then a revised option C.
Option B you want separately, and then option C separately?
Option B is the exact same as it's in the officer report, and option C is slightly revised from the officer report.
Okay, so we're going to put 4 items separately. All those in favour of dot point 4? All against? I declare that lost. All those in favour of dot point 13? All those for? All against? I declare that lost. All those in favour of option B?
I think that one.
Okay, I'll call a division on, I would put that again. All those in favour of 13? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is a tied vote with 1 abstention.
My apologies, sorry.
You abstained?
I understand.
Oh, right.
Yes. And the custom is to use the casting vote in the negative, so I will declare that lost. All those in favour of option B? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those against? I declare that carried. So option B is carried. All those in favour of option C? 3, 4, 5, 6. All those against? 2, 3. I declare that carried. Okay, so option B and C are carried, and 4 and 13 are defeated. Thank you, councillors, for your patience. So they're incorporated now into the substantive. Are there any other amendments to this report, to this proposal as moved by Councillor Davidson?
Did it just get carried that it's paid everywhere?
No.
Oh, sorry.
It's not lost.
Okay.
So being the revised
$2.50 got passed, was it?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
I don't think it was.
Yeah, I voted for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
But Oscar.
And Sue did as well.
suited as well.
Oh, right. Okay, fine.
And option C.
Sorry, okay, misread that. Okay.
Okay. Are there any other changes to this proposal? Councillor Farley.
I've got a foreshadowed motion rather than an amendment because it's just going to contradict the the motion.
Sorry.
Say what it is.
Should I say what it is, sir? Yes.
Sorry, councillors.
Would you like to know what it is?
Sorry, councillors, not a discussion. Councillor Farley has the floor, and councillors must direct their comments and speeches through the mayor.
Okay.
Tell him he's got this.
Sorry, councillor.
I am foreshadowing an alternative if Councillor Davidson's substantive motion doesn't get up. That alternative was circulated through the director, so I'm not sure if we can get it onto the screen or if you need me to read it out.
Read it out. I never saw it.
Councillor, if you can read it out or just give us a brief summary of.
Could you give me 1 second so I can find it? My apologies.
Potential.
Nothing left on the agenda and the meeting will be concluded.
That's true. You can. Yeah.
I just involving what's possible and what's not possible.
So that needs to go up. That needs to go up.
Councillor Farley, are you ready?
Look, I'll just maybe I'll just outline it because
Yes, please do.
I've got an idea of it. I wrote it. So the alternative motion. You've got it. Right.
You can just find it.
If I can find it. Okay.
Yeah.
The alternative motion will be to. Yeah. The alternative motion is that we not move forward with the Moreland Integrated Transport Station's parking implementation plan, except for the Brunswick Activity Centre. And so that will mean that we don't move ahead with the parking implementation plan in Coburg, Glenroy, Hadfield, Faulkner, etc., except for the Brunswick Activity Centre, which is essentially the corridor between Sydney Road, Lygon Street and Nicholson Street. And the motion essentially is that we need a dedicated area that we can test and trial the parking implementation plan before we roll it out throughout the rest of the municipality.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I think that's a clear foreshadow. The intent is clear at least. We shall continue with the debate in regards to the motion in front of us. Are there any other speakers?
I've got some amendments.
Councillor Jeston.
We'll just wait for governance to bring them up, or I can bring them up. Just sorry, bear with me. Oh, there we go. Okay, so should I read them out?
No, I think just briefly, or just give us a summary,
All right.
because I'm conscious of time.
13 notes that council is in the process of transitioning to an e-permit system, which will allow pre-2011 residents to access their visitor permits instantly. Number 14, expedite measures to make it easier and quicker for residents to access existing scratch ticket visitor permits in the meantime, which may include hand delivery of scratch tickets. 15, allow each pre-2011 household within MIT's parking restriction area to access a free book of 10 daily visitor permits in 2020, a free book of 5 in 2021 to assist with the transitioning to parking changes, with the free visitor parking permits to be reviewed at the same time as MIT's parking restrictions are reviewed. 16, informed the household of this opportunity when writing to advise of upcoming changes to parking restrictions. 17, notes the council is developing behaviour change programs in relation to transport issues. And 18, in the meantime, provides basic information through council's website and other means which may assist in transport behaviour change, such as information on car share options, bicycle trailers and cargo bicycles, bicycle confident courses, walking public transport options, etc. And if I have...
I'm the seconder, I'm acceptable of that. I don't know if the mover is.
No, I'd like them debated individually, yeah.
Okay, so again, so you need a second then.
So there is a seconder, Councillor Mark Riley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the timing of 8 a.m. until 11 p.m. is something that has been quite contentious, and we've heard that from residents. And when you start to drill down into that issue, apart from people just don't want to pay for parking essentially at all, the next issue is around visitor access. So recognising, I am supportive of people without permits being able to park, particularly in those areas where we are designated for really exceptional growth in our city, the growth corridors, being able to park without a permit from 10 a.m. until, I always get this wrong, until just after 9 p.m. at night, so that 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. restriction. But this is just a measure. We are really, I thought, is there other ways of trying to make those visitor permits more accessible for pre-2011 residents, as well as all the other amendments we're considering tonight. We have some systems coming live, which we need, some resolutions tonight to be able to really roll with, but making sure that we do prioritise visitor parking, visitor permit access as a priority on that app system, that we're going to make it really easy for people. The packs of 10, it's about $2.40 per visitor parking permit pass. But yeah, just seeing how can we make it accessible, and having some free permits, I've really lost my words now, available to residents, 10 in the first year, 5 in the second year, and then being able to review that.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any speaker in favour of this?
Just a question.
Briefly, Councillor Bolton, questions?
Just what exactly a scratch ticket is?
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm surprised I don't know.
Melbourne. Yeah.
That's
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's maybe different places call it different things. What is it?
It's a young thing, Sue.
So what is it?
It's a young thing.
So let's continue. Councillor Bolton, I'm happy to show you what a scratch ticket looks like.
What do
We
you
have
mean?
them at our
Sorry.
council. We can show you what they are like.
I'm happy to answer the question.
It's local
Like the
expression.
transport cards before the marking.
Oh, those
Yeah.
old tickets.
Yeah, and you get
Scratch
10.
tickets. I
Yeah,
didn't know
so we
they
have
were
them for
scratch
visitor permits, and it's $12.40 for a pack of 10, and you just scratch one off.
Double trace from Gandolfo Gardens.
It's probably because I'm a Queenslander.
All right, thank you. Are there any speakers in favour or against?
Must be Victorian.
Councillor Bood.
Yeah. So I'd like to reiterate how complex this is, and I'd also like to
commend my fellow councillors for putting in the time, you know, because we're trying to work it out. And it was an aspirational goal and it's complex and we're going to get there. I'd like to support Councillor Dorney's amendment and just say a little bit more about the scratch tickets. It's a pretty unfortunate name, but basically what that looks like is an allocation, or it could be a book, like a book of stamps, where you have 10 visitor permits. You buy the book, you're not obliged to use them any period of time. You just use them when someone comes over. And growing up in Carlton, this is what we did, because we've had restrictions down there for a long, long time. And the street that I grew up on we paid for parking, we paid more for the second permit, and we paid for a book of visitor permits for when people came over, and when they arrived, we went, and it was actually a little pass at the time, just put it in the dashboard. Yeah, I think that's all I really wanted to speak to. I support the whole thing, mate.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any other speaker for or against? If it's okay, I might just speak against. And I know, again, but there might be elements here that might be worthwhile to be considered. But the way that this debate is going tonight, the way these decisions are being made, policy should really be made by having these proposed, consulted on by the community, investigated. So many changes being proposed out of the blue. I understand that people had an aspirational goal. It might have been, the proposal may not have been correct and they're trying to wind it back, but this is not the way I would like to see policy being made in this council. If we need to wind it back, if we need to make changes, we really should go back, develop a proposal, consult the community and come back with what we want. Making these amendments like this tonight is really disappointing in my view, and I will not be voting for any of these anymore. So is there any other speakers?
Yeah, I will
just
now,
put them to vote?
because most of this is fairly informative and just elaborates on what we're trying to do. The key thing in here is about some free transitionary visitor parking permits, which I would have thought people would be celebrating the fact that they don't have to pay, but apparently that's not the case. So I'm supportive of this. It's just really noting what we're already doing. It's not actually policy on the run. Most of it is already in there. It's just highlighting this for us, and there's the aspect of providing some free visitor permits in the first couple of years. I think it's a really good way of easing it in and transitioning.
Okay, can I put this to the vote? All those in favour of all those amendments? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All against? 1, 2. We're seeing 3, 4. 5. I declared. Is that a 5-5 tie again?
No, it was
5-5.
I think it's 5-5.
Is that 5-5? I'm going to put that to the vote again. Councillors can put their hand up so it's visible. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I declared those carried and incorporated into the substantive motion.
Can I move that the substantive motion be put?
Councillor Kavanagh, I think we've had more than enough debate. I'm happy to put that procedural. It does need a seconder. I'll second it from the chair. All those in favour of that proposal to put this? I declare that carried. All those against? All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you. I declare that procedural carried. So just to make it very clear for councillors, this is the proposal proposed by Councillor Davidson, seconded by Councillor Kavanagh, amended as amended tonight. I'm going now to put that to the vote. All those. No, we have procedural overrules it. The overrules are overplayed.
It's been put.
I think it overrules the right reply. So all those in favour of that proposal? 3, 4, 5, 6. All those against? I declare that proposal carried.
Please. I'll call for division.
Okay. Division. All those in favour of that proposal? All those against? Okay, sorry, councillors. All those in favour of that proposal? Councillor Riley, Councillor Martin, Councillor Kavanagh, Councillor Dorney, Councillor Abood, Councillor Bolton, Councillor Davidson. All those against that proposal? Councillor Farnley, Councillor Tapinos, Councillor Carly Hannon. All those abstaining? Councillor Yildiz. That concludes the division. I declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. Councillor
Email, I just wondered if the urgent business could be brought forward, please.
Just before I grant that request, I note that it is now 10 o'clock and I need a motion to continue the meeting for half an hour. And I'll take that, Councillor Abood, seconded Councillor Kavanagh.
So it's good.
I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. So the meeting's extended for half an hour. Councillors, I note that we still have all of the agenda to come. If we don't finish tonight, we will come back tomorrow. The other option would be to find now and develop a list of the urgent motions that need to be debated tonight, what can't wait, and defer the rest of the agenda to the next council meeting.
I'd like to see Councillor Carly Hannon's notice of motion debate.
Yes, and I think it would be probably wise to close off the MITS debate.
Yes.
Whilst we are developing that list, I'll call upon Councillor Carly Hannon to move the notice of motion, which refers to the impact on MITS to the 2011 subdivisions. Councillor Carly Hannon?
So could you answer my question about bringing forward the urgent?
We can bring it forward when we determine the urgent motion. Thank you.
Okay. So will I wait for my motion to be?
Yes, Councillor Carly Hannon's got the floor.
So I think councillors are quite aware of my motion. So if I have a seconder.
Councillor Bolton will second. Councillor Carly Hannon.
Okay. So yeah, my notice of motion speaks to part of the issue that was debated by councillors that we have decided not to put in the substantive by Councillor Davidson tonight, which is around how to tackle those residents who are impacted by the 2011 parking implementation. I can't remember the language for that one, but the 2011 subdivision policy that means that now those that are getting permits, anyone who was part of that were not going to be allowed to have permits, but are now going to be allowed to get permits at the price of $3,400. So that's a policy that we're currently dealing with. From there, we've had a discussion around the idea of reducing that price, but still having parking permits that would be able to be gotten by all kinds of residents, including from apartments and various different townhouse developments. Now, as raised by one of the residents earlier this evening, what my report is calling for is to actually look at those smaller subdivisions that would be impacted by this strategy, where they don't have their own parking ecosystem, as we've called it. So that means they actually have an interface onto the street. They would only have potentially an additional car park for those with 3 dwellings on it, whereas a dual occupancy would see no extra cars on the street. And in terms of their relationship with the street and the neighbourhood, a lot of them would find that they see themselves and that their street sees themselves as equal parts. I'd like to note that the 2011 policy was about protecting existing residents, and with the thinking about the future, I think it's important that we don't just look at protecting existing residents, but we look at being fair, or as fair as we can be, to all residents, recognising that with that increased density that we're going to see, particularly in the south of the city, if we're allowing off-street parking for major developments, then the supply and demand just won't add up. So we're going to see really significant demand for very minimal supply, which is not what we want to see. We don't want that level of congestion. So this is really just looking at whether or not we've got a group here who are being impacted by policy that wasn't really intended for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there a speaker in favour or against this policy?
I'll
The seconder, Councillor
reserve
Bolton? Thank
my
you.
right to speak.
Is there another councillor that would like to speak? Councillor O'Farrell.
This really highlights the complicated nature of the Moreland Integrated Transport Strategy. You see a lot of people have moved into Moreland because they can't afford a house, they've bought a townhouse, they've rocked up to the auction, they've looked left, they've looked right, they've seen a park on the end of their street, they've thought it comes with one car garage, where are my friends going to be able to come and visit me and park? And down the line a few years later, the council makes a decision that really impacts their amenity, their home, where they live, how they live. And there are so many knock-on effects that we haven't really considered with the Moreland Integrated Transport Strategy. Councillor Carly Hannon has put forward a motion to receive a report that really delves deeper into that, because the Moreland Integrated Transport Strategy is all about transitioning people that are moving into Moreland to not be taking up and bringing their cars into the area. But we haven't thought about how it actually impacts the people that are already living in Moreland to the depth that we need to, that have for a number of years in their home been able to welcome guests and family and sons and daughters that are traders, whatever that may be. So this report is really, really critical. I urge councillors to support this report so we can understand the impact on these smaller subdivisions and townhouses.
Thank you, Councillor Farnley. Councillor Cameron.
I'm also rising to speak in favour of this report, and I think it's a good motion. Can I say I was on council, obviously in 2011 when we voted for that, but I even recall on the night saying that this isn't going to be effective unless we can get it into Section 32s, so that people who buy properties are aware of it before they purchase the property. Right? And unfortunately, for a whole lot of reasons, that hasn't happened. And real estate agents, etc., it's not in their interest to tell people that if parking restrictions come into your street, you're not going to be able to get a parking permit. Obviously, it's not in their interest, but it should have been, it had to be in ours so that everyone was informed. And so here we are 9 years later, and we're hearing so many people that are completely stunned about the rule that was brought in August 2011. As I say, if that had gone into Section 32s right from the very beginning, I wouldn't be supporting this, because I think, buyer gets informed, buyer makes that decision, they decide with it. But so many people were not informed.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Martin.
Thanks very much. Obviously, following the last debate, the need for this report has changed quite substantially. What we've done now is the user pay system is no longer in existence. There's no longer the 3,400 number. It's now the cost of a business permit. I think that's about $100 or a bit less if you're a concession. And also as well, I really do think that, and I understand people in dual lock having a connection with their neighbours who are in single dwellings, but what I really do think is this creates a class system. It splits wealthier residents who can afford the dual locks with the poorer residents in the apartments. And I don't know if I can support this just because I don't support the rewarding of wealthier residents over residents in affordable housing. So for that reason, I won't be supporting this report.
Councillor Bolton and then Councillor Abood. Councillor Bolton.
Yes, I agree about not having a differential approach with different groups of residents. I think one of the reasons why this came up was because once people started thinking about the implications of the parking strategy and a resolution for some residents, that it did actually raise some problems with parts of the strategy in terms of the potential over allocation of permits as a result of this decision that was made in 2011. Now, I can understand the decision made in 2011. I probably would have voted for it because you want to try and say to developers, you have to provide parking on site, not just assume that there'll be parks for residents off site. Trouble is, a lot of permits have been granted with less than the required car parks. And that is what has caused the problem, compounded by the fact that public transport has not improved. So that and the Section 32 agreement's not including this information that John referred to. So I think now there is a bit of a problem. I think this resolution is purely calling for a report to assess the impact, and I think it doesn't mean that this will occur. It just means that we assess the impact of this. So I think we should definitely support this because I think there are a whole lot of unintended consequences of our parking policy at the moment, and I think we need to understand a lot more deeply about the situation of different categories of residents in our city. So I definitely support this, and I think I congratulate the resident who brought this issue to our attention about the potential conflict in our parking system that's been put forward in trying to resolve one of the problems we might have unintendedly created another consequence of that. So that's why I think we need this report and this information before we might decide how to go forward.
Can I ask that this be put, please?
Sure. If there's a second, I can put that procedural.
I'm happy to say.
Councillor Kavanagh?
Oh, hang on, I've already spoken, so I'm not allowed to.
Okay, is there another seconder that hasn't spoken? Councillor Dorney. All those in favour? All those against? I declared that carried. I'll put this to the vote immediately. All those in favour? All those against? I declared... It is getting late. I declare that carried. Okay, councillors. In 15 minutes, I would be calling for another extension of time, and then that we will need to conclude the meeting at 11 o'clock.
Urgent business item.
I have, there's a couple of ways we could go about this. We could continue on the agenda and see what business we can deal with between now and then and come back tomorrow, adjourn till tomorrow. The alternative would be, I have highlighted here 4 reports from council officers and 1 confidential report from council officers. That's 5 reports that must be dealt with during this meeting. We can take the approach to deal with those as a priority, and then we can defer the remainder of the agenda to the next council meeting or to a special council meeting that will give us more time to see the council's availability.
Well, why don't we deal with those ones first and see where we
And then
are
we'll go from there.
Can I propose that the urgent business item be added to the agenda? It's about quite a critical thing with the upfill bike detours. I mean, I'm not moving it.
Let's see how we go with the 5 reports, and then I would hear your request at that
It's pretty
stage.
urgent.
Mr. Beck, can I just clarify? So you're suggesting that we not continue the meeting tomorrow night, like
And
we've
potentially
actually...
come back or defer it to the March meeting. If the reports are not urgent. Okay, so the first report that's been deemed required to be dealt with at this meeting is DCD2, the Aged Care Reforms Regional Assessment Services, on page 172.
So I've got a
Councillor Bolton.
slight alternative motion here. And tick. Just get it over to the correct page. Okay.
It's on the screen.
Okay, already. So I would like to, so my alternative motion has a couple of changes from the original. It doesn't fundamentally change it, but I would like to recognise in point 1 that the Royal Commission into the Aged Care Quality and Safety has not recommended that the aged care assessment teams be privatised. That was a statement issued on January the 14th. And that, there's a point on continuing to offer the regional assessment service while the current funding model exists, and as such accepts the Commonwealth Government offer of extension of contract through to 31 March 2021. And the addition is that any future extensions offered by the Commonwealth beyond 31 March 2021 be accepted. And then the last point remains the same. So if I have a seconder, I can explain why I've moved a slightly different motion.
Okay. Councillor O'Farnley?
If there's no seconder, I'd like to move the council officer recommendation.
Okay. All right. Is there a seconder to the proposal from Councillor O'Farnley? Councillor Kavanagh? Councillor O'Farnley.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm comfortable with the council officer's recommendation that we continue with the Commonwealth Government offer to extend the regional assessment services whilst that funding exists, and that we explore alternative approaches to assist older people to navigate the challenging My Aged Care system in preparation for future changes in new national assessment services.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kavanagh? Right. Is there any discussion here, Councillor Bolton?
I would like to speak. I mean, I will vote in favour of this, but I think it's pretty ridiculous that councillors wouldn't second an amendment to allow us to extend beyond the 31st of March 2021 this public service when the federal government has constantly extended. They've said this is the deadline, then they've extended the deadline, then they've extended the deadline. So it means we have to keep coming back with report after report saying, oh yes, we've got to extend again, yes, we've got to extend again. One of the things that's happening is some councils are getting out of these public services before they're forced to, and part of it is because they're they're preemptively making decisions preemptively when the government keeps making extensions. So I would like us to, would have preferred if council was prepared to vote to accept any extension by the federal government after the 31st of March rather than working to this particular deadline. I think there is a lot of fear amongst the regional assessment services for aged care that these highly trained staff are going to be replaced by lesser trained staff, as has occurred with NDIS and in the states where these sort of services have already been privatised. So I think even the question of the model, I don't think has been definitively decided on, and I'm worried that if we pass too definitive a resolution, then council will be locked into supporting privatisation of, the regional assessment services. So
thank you, Councillor. Councillor Booth.
Yeah, this is a tough situation for me because I received the amendment at 5:45 this evening, and we had a briefing on the council agenda on Monday like we always do, and these amendments weren't flagged. And we've had probably, I don't know, what do you think, 100 emails today, mostly about the MITs, which is a huge important piece of work. And I'm not seconding your amended motion because I don't support it. I'm not seconding it because I have looked at the report, I've looked at the agenda, I've read the report, I've had the conversation in this room with officers, and it just came at the very last minute, and it happens to me quite a lot, and that's why I sat here looking like a guppy, not knowing how to respond. It's not that I don't support aged care in the city and want the best from the situation. It's just that I don't have the information to be able to make a decision for something new from 5:45 this evening.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any other speakers?
Can I
Councillor
speak on that as well? I just would really like to speak to reiterate the exact same sentiment. I literally just sit there with my head throbbing going, I can't even read the words enough to feel comfortable seconding. And now that I read them, I go, I fully support that. I want it to be noted that this council has been working excellently in our aged care services. The leadership we've taken in ensuring that we don't reduce our services unnecessarily, and we've in fact done the opposite, and we're looking at expanding and being really innovative in our aged care services. I'd also like to note that we are in discussions about trying to ensure security and permanency for our staff, and that I think that's a really important value that us councillors all support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any other speakers? All right, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All opposed? I declare that carried. The next item deemed to be required for tonight is DBT2, which is the termination of voting method for the 2020 council election on page 192. Councillor Kavanagh.
I move an alternative recommendation.
Yes,
I move a
Councillor.
recommendation that we opt for the postal voting system.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Davidson. Councillor Kavanagh.
To be honest, I'm pretty stunned at the officer recommendation. I can understand that we've always held it as attendance, but if you read it carefully, attendance voting, if we hold, first of all, the minister is probably going to rule that must be by postal voting anyway, but if we do it with attendance voting, we're looking at about $200,000 extra cost to run the election for the ratepayer, $200,000 extra. In fact, in the last council election, we had a turnout of 61% of the population, whereas people who had attendance were 73%. If you work out with 135,000 voting residents, that's 5,000 extra residents who will vote if it's postal than what it will if it's an attendance. So it's cheaper, we have more engagement. The other thing is that with a postal election, every candidate is able to put a 150-word statement and their preferences on the publication that's distributed by the VEC. So it's cheaper, it engages more people, and in my opinion, people get more information about their candidate in the privacy of their own home. And it's what 69 other councils do as well. So for those four reasons, I can't see why we're opting for attendance.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Davidson.
No, there's nothing further to add.
Is there any other discussion? Councillor Riley.
Yeah, look, I'm a bit vexed about this because, I appreciate there's very good reasons that Councillor Kavanagh has just raised, but the argument I just want to put on the other side is that attendance elections do, I believe, actually have a whole other series of engagements and processes involved that actually get people, talking and involved and coming out in those. I think voting in the privacy of your own kitchen or wherever you do it at home before you put it in the postal system kind of detracts from that, and I think that that's not quantifiable, and maybe that's worth $200,000 in my view, I don't know, but I think there is a bit of a case both ways, so I'm a bit vexed about this. I see the data and I understand that, but I also think that, turning out to vote is actually got a lot going for it, and maybe I'm stuck in my old ways, but I actually think there's a good case for that as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any other discussion? Councillor Bolton.
When we had this discussion in the last council, one of the things that I think swayed a number of councillors, and I think it's still the case, is that when you have postal voting, you've got more of an opportunity for dummy candidates. You can have dummy candidates in attendance voting as well, but it's a lot easier to have dummy candidates, profit gouging, etc., in a postal election than in an attendance election. And I think that is quite a powerful thing. You want genuine candidates who genuinely, you might disagree with their views or whatever, but you want genuine candidates. You don't just want people who run as candidates simply to funnel preferences through to other candidates. And I think that is, I think there are some other reasons in favour of attendance selection. There are also some other arguments possibly in favour of postal voting as well. But I think I think in councils where there is postal voting, there's often a higher percentage of dummy candidates run during the election campaigns.
Okay, thank you, Council. Is there any other discussion on this?
Can I close the debate?
Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, just very quickly. Can I say, just to give you an idea, with 135,000 residents on the voters roll, at $7.50 per vote, which is what it cost the VEC to run the election, the last election, the election will cost $1,200,000 $12,000. I ask you to, any person in Moreland that thinks that electing a council is worth a $1 million investment. I don't think so. Regarding dummy candidates, I don't think that attendance has prevented dummy candidates. I think of the North East Ward in 2012 that had, I think it was 45 candidates, I think. Was it 45, sir?
I think it was less than that.
There was,
It was a lot of people, but it was less than that.
Like we've had people that have ran the Northwest Ward. We've had people that ran that I've never seen. They've never handed out a vote card. I've never seen them. They've had other people handing out our vote cards for them, but they've never handed out a vote card. I don't think it stops that dummy candidate.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any other discussion?
I just wanted to ask, the money that we save from this, can we sort of subsidise the parking permits?
Sorry, Councillor, sorry, I made a mistake. That was a right of reply, so we do need to put that now to the vote. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against? I declare that lost. Councillor O'Farnley.
Happy to move the council officer's recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder?
Is there a seconder?
Councillor Bolton.
Look, I can only talk from experience because it is quite a tough decision on whether you go with postal or attendance. But from experience, I wouldn't be standing here today if it wasn't attendance. My experience was I was standing out the front of John Faulkner College with Natalie's husband Joe in the rain. No one else was there, and I can tell you a lot of people didn't know who they were voting for when they were rocking up. But the reason they voted for me was because I put my hand out and I said, "Hi, I'm Marley, I live in Faulkner." And it mattered. And I wouldn't be standing, I was able to beat all my North East Ward councillors at election booth, so I'm pretty proud of that. But I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for attendance voting. Because of that, I'm just using my personal experience that people that may not have party bases and armies of volunteers, it can make a difference if you are face-to-face with people and are able to talk to people. That's why I'm supporting the council officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wood.
This is a kind of interesting one for me because I'm all for attendance voting. I think that, I think Ali should be able to get to stand next to my husband. It won't ever happen again, sadly, but, But for me specifically, I was able to have face-to-face legitimate conversations with the people who voted for me because I was out on the hustings the whole time. And I think it shows a level of commitment when you put yourself out there and, or, you get donations from dodgy developers and you do it that way, whichever way you get elected. I think it's good that attendance voting is a thing. But the problem with this is we're going to get whacked by the state and the state's going to do whatever the state wants to do anyway. So it's kind of a bit of a furphy, the whole report, really. We should have just went straight past it. And I think that the fact that, Sue's comment about last time we had a council election, things were very, very different. And now there are serious wheels in motion to try to make sure that we don't have the same kind of diversity that we see right here, where we can punch on all night, but we still respect each other because there's a bit of everything here, even though people think that it's a Greens-dominated council. I think that being for voters, being able to, put a face behind the name is really important, and it's certainly the way that I want to vote for the people that I vote for.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any other discussion? Councillor Yildiz?
Can I just speak against it? If you don't necessarily have to stand on the voting day with attendance voting at a polling booth. With postal voting, you can spend the whole 2 months standing in front of Coles, you can stand in front of a street corner, you can still liaise with residents regardless. And when you make comments about developers supporting candidates, I don't know who you're referring to, but I think that's really inappropriate.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I am.
Through the Mayor,
because
please.
Through the Mayor, making those sort of comments, perhaps mention the name of the councillor.
I was talking about Wyndham Council.
Okay, good on you. Okay, good. That's great. But,
All right.
But I think that the public's not, the residents aren't silly, they're not stupid, they know exactly who they're voting for, don't you worry about that. And they will vote for those people that are genuinely here or wanting to get into council to do the right thing and reflect the values of what the residents want.
Thank you. I'm going to put this to the vote. All those in favour? All opposed?
I'm abstaining.
I declare that carried. Okay, DBT3, which is the... of course we do. It is now past 10:30, so I need a procedure for an extension of time. Moved Councillor Bood, seconded Councillor Martin. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried, that procedural. DBT3, Governance Report, February 2020, cyclical report. And whoever's, Councillor Riley?
Yeah, I'd like to move the officer report, and on item 4, I'd like to insert Councillor Tapanos as one name and Councillor Yildiz as the other to attend the Australian Local Government Association General Assembly in June. And at point 6, to add Councillor Dale Martin as the substitute representative for the Metropolitan Local Government's Waste Forum. And in number 7, to appoint the Mayor as Chair and Councillors of the South Ward. So that means Dorney and Riley in addition to the Mayor, because the Mayor's already on it. Do we need a 4th person?
No, I think so.
No. Three's enough for the committee, isn't it?
Yeah.
So with that, I'd like to move the councillor office, the officer.
Councillor Cavan as a seconder.
Yep.
Councillor Riley, did you have any comments?
Not, I think at this late stage, I'm just checking what else is in here. I think I'll just leave it as read. There's a lot in there, but in terms of details, but some of the corrections have come through as well. So thanks for that.
Councillor Kavanagh.
No, I'm right, thanks.
Amendment.
Councillor Bolton.
I'd like to amend point 4 on approving interstate travel. I'd like to see Moreland only send one councillor to the Australian Local Government Association. I don't think we're required to pay for 3 councillors to go.
Sure.
I think that's excessive. I don't care who it is, really, frankly. It could be the Mayor, Deputy Mayor or someone else. But I don't think we need to send 3 councillors to...
Councillor Bolton's only 2.
There's only 2.
It says it's got 3 spots.
Only 2 people have put their names forward.
Yes, Councillor Bolton, what is moved is what's on the board.
I'm moving that we only send 1 person.
Councillor Bolton, what I need you to do is actually make an amendment, a physical amendment to dot point 4.
Fine. Approves interstate travel for either Councillor Tapanos or Councillor Yildiz to represent council at the Australian Local Government Association National General Assembly.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Is there a seconder? No, that's lapsed. Okay, I'm going to...
That was the seconder.
He's not the seconder.
I just need
that's
to
lapsed. Councillor
make one
Riley.
more note, sorry, on page 227, that was an apology for the Moreland Housing Advisory Committee. It was just an error in the record there. So
thank you for clarifying that, Councillor. Can I actually put this motion now to the vote? All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. The next item that is urgent is DCEI 1, contract, Coburg City Oval Pavilion, main works. Councillor Kavanagh.
Can I move the officer recommendation, please?
Yep, thank you. Councillor Abood, seconded.
Just want to say I'm really thrilled to see this. Really great to see the plans for Coburg City Oval, and they have been a long time coming. But it's a big project, and we do get some government help on this one, so that's really all the better.
And they fell quicker. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Abood.
No, nothing.
Senate Councillor Farnley.
Just extending on that, I think it's really important to highlight that we've been able to collect $3.675 million in grants and contributions. I want to congratulate the director in charge for building that great relationship with the AFL, Cricket Australia, I think, state government as well.
Yeah.
I did have it, so I just lost the report. So I just want to congratulate the director on that great relationship. We can't build these infrastructure projects quick enough, but it can be sped up if we do have a good relationship with these different organisations that do contribute to the funding. So congratulations to the officer team, and it's great to see this project get off the ground.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any other discussion on this? No, I'll put that to the vote then. All those in favour? All those opposed? I declare that carried. Councillors, that is the ones that had been marked as needing to be dealt with today. I propose perhaps that we move a motion to defer the remaining council reports and notice of motions to the next meeting of council, and we move on to urgent business and then subsequently the confidential business. Unless the alternative would be to keep going on the agenda from the top and adjourn at 11 and return tomorrow.
Can I say that
Yes.
I reckon that
Councillor
there's one item there that is pretty important, and that is the item on 84 McBride Street.
Yes.
I think that is quite an important.
Time sensitive.
Yeah,
Yes,
I think
exactly.
that is very time
That's
sensitive.
very good pick up, John.
Yes, okay, Rob, let's move to that one.
Mr Mayor, can I just suggest a way forward, please?
Sure.
I would like to suggest that we go through till at least 11 o'clock and try and do as, I know we are busy and tired, but we are here and there are a number of things and most of them are, from what I read, I mean, some of them may need some changes, but most of them are fairly straightforward, if I could use that term. And I would just want to flag that I think we should come back tomorrow night and finish it because there's a lot of business here that's been prepared, and to take it to the next meeting is really going to overload the next meeting. That's my feeling. I just feel like we've set up the system to be able to go. We haven't had to use it, but...
Okay, thank you. We will debate that after, I guess. We do have a look at that one about first right of refusal on McBride Street. Councillor Bird on her feet.
Just want to put the officer's recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconder. Councillor Bolton. Is there any discussion, Councillor Bird?
Just very quickly, this is a great opportunity for the city to fill in. It doesn't come under what we declare as a gap, but it is a gap because we own land either side of it. I find the encroachments fascinating, but that's from long before my time. So I'm kind of excited that maybe we can secure this as another piece of the jigsaw that is open space for the Merri Creek corridor at the back of McBride Street in Faulkner.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Is there any other discussion? Can I put it to the vote? All those in favour? All opposed? I declare that carried. Okay, so I am seeking direction as to which of the two options to take. We have 20 minutes, which will be sufficient to deal with the urgency item and the confidential item, or we can start from the start of the agenda until 11 o'clock, adjourn till 6 p.m. tomorrow.
Can we vote on it?
Yes, well, I would like a councillor to propose one.
I'll propose. That's why my hand's in the
Councillor.
So thank you, Mayor. I'd like to propose that we deal with the urgent business item now and then just keep working through the agenda, and those of us who are available come back tomorrow night.
Okay, is there a seconder to that? Okay, Councillor Riley. All those in favour of that proposal? All those against? Okay, then that's carried and we'll proceed as such. Therefore, I would rearrange the agenda and move on to urgent business reports, of which there are none. I've got Councillor Bood on her feet.
So I just need this to be voted on as an urgent business item, do I not? Or has
Add it to the agenda.
Yeah.
Add it to
We
the
have to
agenda.
vote to allow the urgent business item first.
Okay.
What is it?
So this is a motion that's in relation to the safety of the detour put in place for the closure of the upfield bike path, as the detour was put in place after the distribution of the agenda and the CEO determined it is a matter of urgency in accordance with the meeting procedure.
Thank you, Councillor. So there is a seconder today, Councillor Riley.
Would you like me to speak to it?
Please.
So just very quickly, I think it's urgent business because the path has been closed and the detours are causing significant problem, and because we would have had an opportunity to discuss this at the CARG meeting, but the CARG meeting was bumped because we had a special council meeting on the same day. This just hasn't come through the proper channels, and I feel like we need to address it now so that we can get some action very quickly to be able to resolve, which ultimately is a safety issue for the citizens of the city who ride and commute down to the city.
Okay. Can I just ask, when did we find out about that information and why wasn't this submitted on the agenda as a notice of motion? Because I believe that information about the routes has been available for a long time.
No.
So it's just been boiling up in the last few days, and it was well after the agenda was circulated. And from my perspective, I was actually on leave when the closing happened for notices of motion. I didn't submit any notice of motion.
So I submitted this to officers for advice and asked for some advice about that, and we've been working on it since, but then this is where it's come to. So we did get some feedback, and there was meant to be some communication with the community about this, because John Englart's been leading the charge on this, and there are some serious issues. And I just believe, in speaking to this, that the lack of engagement, because they were meant to actually talk to the community, has resulted in some pretty weird routes that aren't actually very convenient or necessarily safe. So I think it is a safety issue.
Councillor Booth.
And also, as a councillor responsible for transport, myself and a few other councillors who are also responsible for transport met with transport officers, but as you can imagine, the transport officers are completely snowed under with the MITs, finalising those proposals that were given to us for us to decide what to do. So,
thank you, Councillor. Is there any other discussion on this? Can I put the procedural motion to allow this onto the agenda to the vote? All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. So we do now have an item on the agenda under urgent business. Councillor Aboud.
I have to take out the point 1 that says that MCC recognises the work of sustainable transport advocates in the city, including John Englart, because that's not urgent. We can do that in our own time. And I'd like to thank council officers for helping me to put this together, because it happened very quickly earlier in the day. So I'll just read it, that the Moreland City Council immediately writes to the LXRP, to Minister Jala Pulford, the member for Wills Peter Khalil, the state member for Pascoe Vale Liz Blanthorne, and the state member for Brunswick Tim Reid, asking for their support to provide a safe and suitable detour for commuters affected by the closure of the Upfield bike path. And the rest of it's there. So there's some things that we need to acknowledge in the letter, including that the detours add a significant amount of time to the trip, that it adds different elevation to what people are used to with the upfield path, that it's all right there. I won't keep reading it. But there's an extra 0.6 at the bottom, which I think you have, which is that we receive an urgent report from the council's traffic engineers that assess how these 3 routes outlined that are in the detail, that cyclists are naturally using through simple human behaviour, could be made more safe. So if I have a seconder, I'll talk to it.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Bolton.
Yeah. So the issue here is that there's been nowhere near enough consultation about where the alternate routes should go. I think there was a lack of understanding about the volume of traffic that commutes down the upfield path. And because we've missed the opportunity to try and get that feedback through, we really need to act quickly to make sure that we address what is already happening. So the path used to go straight along the train tracks, as people know. People commuted very quickly, they raced the train, and cyclists who commute do that very fast, and the detours are very wide. So they go right around down to Barrow Street in this case, and completely forgotten what the other side is, and I'm trying to hurry, but much further to the west on the other side. And the quintessential issue, and I think part of the reason that this has happened, is that the numbers and the report was done on a Sunday afternoon on the 12th of January, and councillors and council officers in this place know how frustrating that is for people who are impacted by this stuff, because we know that lots of people are away then, school's not back, routines are not usual. And I think that what we need to do is we need to look at what has happened, which is that the people who are now back into their daily commute with that path being closed, I think it was closed on the 8th of Feb or something, are 6th of Feb, are using the proposed tracks that have been outlined here. So they're not prepared, the tracks are not prepared to receive that volume of traffic, and there's a great concern from the community that there's a great danger that is likely to be impacted on the people who are doing their regular commute just a little bit outside of the bike path. So I think that, because all of us understand that bikes on the road are sketchy at best, and also car drivers hate bikes on the road, which makes no sense to me because they don't take up as much room as me in my car. I'm much smaller on a bike, but we need to make sure that while we do have people cycling down through the city, that they're safe. I think that's our responsibility, and I hope this motion has full support from the council.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any other discussion on this? Councillor Bolton.
I think this is really urgent. I think I've very rarely seen detours like this for cars to go around particular areas. It's like saying drive from Sydney Road over to High Street in Preston and go down that way. And of course, people are to the city or wherever you're going to go. I mean, it's way out, these routes are way out of the way. So of course, people are going to use other sorts of routes. But in some cases, people only give it an hour's notice of the upfill bike path being closed. I'm aware of someone who had that happen. They received a letter saying it's going to be closed in an hour's time. Anyway, I think the whole thing's been pretty shoddy, but also it's, I think there hasn't really been any proper thought about vulnerable road users. It's as if everyone is, the super athletic cyclist who drives at 100, rides their bikes at 100 k's an hour or whatever. But it's, this can be little kids. It can be all sorts of riders on a bike, as John Englert was pointing out in discussion. So, it's got to be made safe for not just the super fast cyclists, but it has to be made, people have to visualise on a bike path with bike path safety. They have to visualise a small child on a bike, not the super lycra-clad, zealot or whatever. I don't want to stereotype people wear lycra, sorry about that. But it's, people, but there are stereotypes people have when some people think of cyclists, they think of the superhero going super fast, when actually, really people need to visualise a much bigger range of people who ride a bike, including 5-year-olds.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any other discussion here? Can I just add my comments to this discussion as well? And I'm surprised that this is urgent because I've been aware that this alternative route's been published at least a month ago, if not more. And I just wanted to emphasise that I have full confidence that the people doing this project, the LXRP and the state government, have actually assessed what is the safest cycling route to take. It may not be the cycling route that some cyclists prefer, but I have full confidence that the people undertaking a $500 million project have adequate expertise and engineers to recommend the safest bicycle route. That's my comments. Councillor Dorney.
Yeah, I actually do think this is urgent, and I think that Councillor Riley alluded to the fact that they have been working on this. This has come to the Transport meeting, but the fact is that while I think that there has been some great work done into looking at the safest route, but what hasn't been done is people with a lived experience cycling across this city, and this is an issue of people do take the shortest route. I often take Barrow Street, but if I'm going to the east of the city, I often take, well, I don't actually ride in West Brunswick as much, but if I don't use the Western Shimmy as much. I live on the other side, but if I'm heading north and south from the centre, I use Sydney Road. You use the simplest, shortest route that's available to you. This is a safety issue, and I think we really need to go back to the table with people with a lived experience, those transport advocates in our city that know the roads and know how people use them. Yes, all the bureaucrats sitting in offices can tell us, but I think we know all about consultation. We've heard all about consultation tonight, and this is a safety issue for all different people in our city, and we need to address that.
Okay, thank you.
Do I have a right of reply if the debate's...
Yeah, you do have a right of reply.
Does anyone else want to speak?
No? Councillor Ridd.
I just wanted to clarify that we've already actually debated on whether it's urgent, and we voted that it is urgent. So the debate's not really about whether it's urgent because we passed that. What we're debating is actually the content of the report, which is that we have an obligation to protect riders in the city. And as we know, consultation varies. Sometimes it's great, sometimes it's really, really bad. No consultation at all is as bad as it gets. And there was no consultation at all, no contact whatsoever made to anyone in the community about the way they ride and where they ride and what they're going to do if there's a detour in place. And the other thing is the report was taken at 2 p.m. on the 12th of January, which is a Sunday afternoon. So I think that considering it's just a bike, it's just bike riders, they won't get in the way of even cars on Sydney Road if we make sure that the places these people are already riding now, since their regular bike path, which also doesn't have cars on it, is closed, needs to be safe. There will be people that will go out to the designated alternate paths because they might decide, you know, that that's the easiest way for them or that's the safest way. But there are people right now doing what is inevitable, and I do call it the goat track, which is following the shortest route. They've got to get to work, they've got to get to work quickly, and many, many commuters in the city are doing that in a dangerous manner, and we have a responsibility to check out what we can do to assess, first of all, the 3 routes outlined as an alternative that these people are using right now, and also look at how we can make them safer, regardless of whether the state or LXRP has decided that Barrow Street is not too far away.
Thank you. Certainly have a discussion.
That was,
I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried.
Could I have a division, please?
Yes, you can. All those in favour? All those against? I declare.
Are you abstaining?
I'm abstaining, yes. All those in favour? Okay. Councillor Abood, Councillor Bolton, Councillor Davidson, Councillor Yildiz, Councillor Dorney, Councillor O'Farnley, Councillor Kavanagh, Councillor Martin, Councillor Ryan. Thank you. I declare that carried, and I'm abstaining. Now we shall go back to the second item on the agenda, which is DEP1, Transport Advocacy Progress Report, response to notice of motion on page 40.
Okay, I'm moving a slightly different motion. This is regarding Council's public transport advocacy. Okay, so my slightly different motion is to add some extra points in addition to the other advocacy points mentioned. So the extra points are to make a submission to the state budget advocating for the immediate duplication of the upfill line. Number 6, organise a meeting with Hume Council to discuss a joint advocacy campaign to duplicate the upfill line and extend the line to Craigieburn. Number 7, invite a representative of the Upfill Transport Alliance to brief councillors and council staff on their advocacy campaign to duplicate the upfill line. And number 8, continue to support the Upfill Transport Alliance with free access to meeting rooms for organising meetings and refer an allocation of up to $5,000 to assist with the production of information leaflets and community event leaflets and other publicity to the budget. I forgot to put in the words to the budget process. And continue to promote the Upfill Transport Alliance's activities on social media and in the Moreland Leader. If I have a second, I'll explain.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there a seconder? Councillor Martin.
So this is a campaign where for decades, it's been on the books that the upfill line get duplicated and extended to Craigieburn. For people who live south of Bell Street, might realise the upfill line isn't that good a service, but if you live north of Bell Street, especially north of where the tram stops, you have a disastrous service. So often the 3 trains an hour turn into 2 or 1 train an hour. And if you can imagine you're just starting a new job, you're going to a job interview, you're going to a VCE exam or any number of things, or you're a casual worker going to a job and the train's cancelled and you have to wait an hour for a train when, it's disaster. I've met people who've lost their jobs as a result of the train cancellations on the upfill line. The single track at the end of the line prevents more trains from going on this line, and we're not going to get a better service until the line is duplicated. Now, the fact that the line is so bad does deter people from using the line. Some people drive to the Craigieburn line to use that in preference, but there is an urgent issue because we've got a lot of people moving into our city, and not just developments like Pentridge and so forth. Up in Fawkner and Glenroy and Hadfield, there are a lot of unit developments, but also in Campbellfield, there's a lot of unit developments as well. So, and quite often the train is overcrowded despite the figures. So there is a need, and I think basically working class communities in the north are being taken for granted, and that's why the service is so bad. Every other single line around the state, around Melbourne, there is a definite plan for duplication except for this line. This would make people's lives so much easier. So the Upfield Transport Alliance is a little community group. We don't have any money. It's all totally volunteer, off, our own backs. It has been running a campaign for duplication of the Upfield line. And I think we've probably got a better knowledge of the use of the line that a lot of bureaucrats have got from all the petitioning we've been doing on the stations. But we really need to give this campaign an oomph with more support from council, and there needs to be coordination, I think, with the Hume Council, which is now passed quite an ambitious advocacy campaign around this issue. So I'd like to commend the motion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor. It has now hit 11 o'clock, so in accordance with the local law, section 33.5, I declare this meeting adjourned till 6 o'clock tomorrow in this chamber. Thank you.
You have to lay the report on the table.
No, it's adjourned. You pick up.